Hello everyone. My voice is just maybe tap it. Not there yet. Just woke up from a nap. And yes, as I mentioned, I think I mentioned it on Twitter, was it? My ASMR will now be moved to 2 hours later than my usual time. It'll start around this time every week. Oh, I forgot to take off the ASMR menu. Today is... There we go. Today is story reading day, so there will be no ASMR menu. We'll just be reading story and listening together. Let's do a quick roll call, shall we? Here, let me also... There we go. Turn it up a little bit more. Hope you can hear me now. A little better. It's bedtime. I said bedtime story, but I don't know if you can fall asleep listening to story. The scary stories. We'll see. Hi. Let's see, who do we have today? Hello, memories. Hi, Mousy. Hi, Passy. Welcome, Kami. Hello, Cookies. 왕빵빵님 어서 오세요. Alright. So I picked out a couple of stories. Hopefully they will be long enough. Kami! Passy, thank you so much for the gift sub to Kami. Thank you. Do keep in mind that as I'm reading, Memories already wrote it on the message for the pin, but do keep in mind that I may not be able to greet you or reply back to you if you ask me something in chat, since I don't want to break the flow of the reading, and I am focused on reading, so I may not be able to also see your chat on time. So I apologize. Please be patient with me. I will try to get back to you here and there in between, but I'm gonna do my best not to interrupt the story mood as much as I can. Alright? Hello, Wonder. Welcome. Alright, how is the background music? I hope it's not too loud or too quiet. And I decided to use this one. I forgot I had this, and I think it's pretty good for doing the Creepypasta reading instead of having to find something on the on YouTube that could possibly be under copyright. So scary music, yeah. 네, 맞아요. 괴담 얘기. Alright then, shall we get started? So the first story I picked out for today, it is called The Porcelain Mask. Let's see. Alright, let's get into it. Marcel tightened the last cords on his hiking backpack. He stepped back, admiring how neatly he packed his bag. Every year, he and a group of friends went on a 3-day expeditions into the mountains, and this year he couldn't wait. The fresh air, the peaceful sunrises, and the morning dew always evoked a sense of calm in Marcel. It was his temporary escape from reality, never-ending lectures, and nerve-wracking exams. That's it, Marcel muttered after throwing the knapsack on his back. Early the next morning, Marcel and the rest of the expedition met at the main train station in Prague. Mako, you still haven't bought a new backpack? Your backpack will thank you, Julie teased. Am I the last one? Marcel ignored Julie's question. Julie, Chenda, Aneta, and Marcel had known each other since high school. All of them were now college students, but the tradition of the annual trip had endured. This year, the group was heading to the Eagle Mountains, first by train, but from Vamperg only on foot. Next time, you'll be pulling the tarps. Chenda grumbled gruffly when the group arrived at the shelter where they planned to spend the night. Chenda doesn't talk much, but when it comes to complaining, he never shuts up, as Julie would say. Sometimes Marcel wondered why he even went on the hikes with them every year and kept annoying the whole group with his sullen remarks. They found themselves at a clapboard arrangement where travelers normally merely take a break and carry on with their march. The sun was slowly sinking behind the horizon. Aneta and Marcel were just setting up the tarps under the shelter when they heard Julie's startled scream. "What are you yelling about?" Chenda said. Julie stood there, flabbergasted. I think I saw someone over there," she stammered, raising her index finger toward the deep woods. Aneta rolled her eyes. She collapsed onto the tarp and looked at the screen of her cell phone. "Maybe it was a leprechaun," Chenda remarked, laughing at his joke. "There's no signal," Aneta sighed, tucking her phone into her backpack and slipping into her sleeping bag. "Come on, let's go to sleep." "Annette has already kicked the sack," Marcel said. Julie was still staring between the spruces as if expecting something to emerge from the darkness at any moment. Nightmares had been bothering Marcel for a long time. That's why he never slept much. On top of that, it was chilly and the fog was spreading around the makeshift campsite. He stretched and awkwardly dug himself out of his sleeping bag. Julie's sleeping bag was empty, and the rest of the expedition was still asleep. He pulled a bread roll out of the backpack, spread melted cheese on it, and sat down on a bench under the shelter. Chenda woke up a few times later and sat down next to Marcel. "Where's Julie?" Chenda asked absently. "She must have gone to the bathroom. I don't know." Marcel threw up his hands. When Annetta got up, the group grew nervous. "Hey, come on, try to call her," Chenda urged Annetta. "How am I supposed to do that if there's no signal, genius?" They waited another hour. Julie was still missing. "Maybe we should go to the police," Annetta finally suggested. Neither of the boys had a better idea, so they packed up the campsite and headed back toward town. The omnipresent fog shrouded the landscape so that they could barely see a step. Everyone was silent. They pondered what could have happened to Julie, and scenarios of varying levels of believability formed in their heads. Shit. Chenda broke the silence as he tripped over a wooden bench. "I don't believe it," Annetta breathed. They found themselves at the wooden structure the group had used as a shelter from the elements last night. "Jeez, we're back where we came from," Marcel said out loud, but everyone had figured out by then. "We'll never get to the police station like this. Let's make a line and search the woods around here," Annetta decided. They took off their backpacks, kept only their flashlights, and set off into the depths of the forest a little after dark. Julie woke up. Her head was pounding. She could see twinkles in front of her eyes and wanted to vomit. She found herself lying on the floor in a dim hall. Only a single torch was installed on the concrete wall, giving Julie a sense of where she was. A cellar, the dampness, and rats in the corner of the room told her. Tears welled up in her eyes. She felt the need to scream, but the rag in her mouth prevented it. She tried standing up, but the ropes on her legs and arms wouldn't let her. This is just a nightmare, and nothing more, Julie tried to convince herself. Panic clouded her thinking. Her heart was pumping fast and loud. Julie screamed through the gag, trying desperately to cry for help. But her howling was soon cut off by a voice. A voice barely audible, unnatural, whose almost childlike tone sent shivers down her spine. I'm going to make you beautiful. A figure appeared before Julie. It was of average height, with messy brown greasy hair, a gray hoodie, and jeans. A white porcelain mask adorned with pouty red lips and red painted cheeks gave the man or woman a disturbing impression. The person's eye could not be seen. Julie tried in vain to make out the pupils, but all she saw was endless darkness. It watched Julie, admiring her like a work of art, while the girl struggled desperately with the ropes. It took a pair of scissors from a small tool table, snipped idly in the air a couple times, and began to cut Julie's hair. The girl cried and screamed. She tried to resist, but soon her scalp was naked. It pulled a small tube out of their jeans pocket. It spattered lipstick inexpertly across Julie's lips and cheeks, so that the girl's face resembled the porcelain mask the mysterious kidnapper wore. Suddenly, the creature turned sharply, as if it had heard something. From its crouch, it stood on both feet and walked away. Meanwhile, the trio had started falling into despair. There's no point in this, Chanda said resignedly. They had been combing the forest all night, and still no sign of Julie. Is that a church? Anita asked rhetorically when she saw the ruin of what had once been a place of worship. In the middle of a forest? A white plaster structure rose majestically through the trees, creating a sharp contrast with the ubiquitous I can't say this word. Ubiquitous timbers encircling the building like a royal guard. Protects them. Oh, why can't I say this word? Something felt off. Eerie. Anita, Chenda, and Marcel silently approached the moldy wooden door. Let's check it out, shall we? Marshall didn't even wait for an answer and walked right in. Their flashlights revealed a crimson moth-eaten carpet, occasionally accompanied by amber pews alongside. A golden altar at the end of the rug dominated the room. A church like any other, they all thought, until they took a good look at the huge paintings that adorned the walls of the nave. I remember the paintings. My grandmother used to take me to church services, Annetta explained. But they certainly didn't have these masks on them. As soon as Annetta finished speaking, both boys realized what was special about the paintings. All the saints had their faces covered with white porcelain masks. Hearing human voices from afar, Julie screamed as loud as the gag in her mouth would allow. She let out a wild, guttural wail, hoping that her desperate cries for help would be heard by someone, anyone. "Do you hear that?" Marcel asked the others, not expecting an answer. Immediately, he ran to the rusty metal hatch he noticed in the corner of the room. He opened it. Stone steps appeared before his eyes. He didn't hesitate a second and climbed inside. Annetta looked at Chenda uncertainly. He merely shrugged his shoulders, so she followed Marcel. Chenda had already stepped 1 foot inside when he noticed movement. He turned slowly, and directly behind him, there it was. "I'll make you beautiful." Marcel jumped off the last step and thoroughly scanned the dungeon with his flashlight. The room was empty, musty, and full of rodents running from the light. In the corner of the cellar, he discovered a kind of workbench, and next to it... "Julie?" Marcel asked uncertainly. The bald woman in robes with a grotesque maculage on her face only answered by shouting unintelligibly into the rag stuck in her mouth. Marcel and Annetta slowly freed Julie from the ropes. "We must get away before before it comes back," Julie blurted out as soon as Marcel untied the piece of cloth. "Where did Chenda go?" Annetta realized. "Shit," Marcel muttered and rushed up the stairs. It was too late. Chenda's dead body lay on the floor. His eyes stared absently at the ground, lying limp on the tiled floor, scissors embedded between his shoulder blades. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Marcel yelled. "It's not fucking true!" Water welled up in his eyes. He wanted to scream, to curse. The girls bursted into tears, desperate tears in utter shock. They knew there was no escape. They would find nothing but damnation in this godforsaken bizarre place. The trio sobbed over their deceased friend until Annetta noticed a figure standing at the entrance. "I'll make you beautiful," the masked stranger expelled in its disgusting, almost childlike tone of voice. Annetta, Julie, and Marcel panicked, instinctively rushing to the windows on the other side of the church. Terror in their eyes, Marcel jumped through the broken window, followed by Julie and... Son of a... Annetta cursed after she vaulted over the windowsill. She tried to stand up, but instead, she hissed like trapped prey. "I think I broke my leg," Annetta sobbed. The creature with the porcelain mask approached the window. Marcel and Julie looked at each other. They didn't have to say a word. They both knew it was too late. they made their escape. Where the fuck are you going? Help me! Please, please help me! Annetta choked in her desperation. Marcel and Julie ignored the cries that echoed throughout the woods and kept running until the screaming abruptly ceased. Marcel and Julie sprinted as fast as they could. They pushed their way through the never-ending thick fog, occasionally interrupted by skinny trees. They stopped at the clearing. The trees were no longer growing, and instead, a wide plain spread out in front of the pair. Both Julie and Marcel stopped in disgusted amazement. This is hell, Marcel whispered. The clearing was filled with crosses as far as mortal eyes could see, large wooden crosses. And on them, bodies, each of them naked, hairless. Each lifeless, crucified corpse had its face painted red across its lips and cheeks. Why? Marcel stammered without taking his eyes off the gruesome scene for a second. He was in such a trance that he didn't even notice the white porcelain mask slowly stalking up on him from behind. Led by pure instinct, Julie grabbed a large rock she found on the ground and threw it with all her strength. The creature slumped to the ground. Cautiously, she approached the mysterious kidnapper. She examined him, the masked killer who had murdered two of her friends only moments before. He lay there motionless, as if all the strength had drained from him. Curiosity overcame Julie as she removed the outlandish mask. Beneath it, she found a reasonably average face, a man in his early 30s. She sensed an inviting warmth when she packed up the mask in her hand, arousing an uncanny desire. She put on the mask. All of a sudden, Julie understood. All the pieces of the puzzle connected, and she finally knew. It made sense to her. She realized what beauty is. What kind of pig can do something so horrible? Marcel asked, still oblivious to his surroundings, shivering in raw horror. Julie walked over to him. She stood by his side, silent for a moment. Can't you see how beautiful they are? I'll make you beautiful too. And that's the end of that story. Looks like it's one of those things where it's the mask. That's what it's doing. Like, you put on the mask and it turns somebody into this killer maniac. Welcome everyone. Also, hello, hi Nene, welcome. And what did I miss earlier? Hello, Extra Cooper, welcome back. I remember you from last week. And hello, Creeper Ramen. Thank you so much for the happy 5th anniversary wishes. Welcome everyone. Hi Can, welcome. Yes, my ASMR is now 2 hours later than what it used to be. Thanks for the thank you so much for the gift sub to Nene. So that was the first story of the night. Pretty creepy. Now the next one, it's a very long reading. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna save this one for last because the estimated reading time is 57 minutes. Meaning, if I'm reading it out loud, it'll be longer. So we'll save this one for last, and the next one is about 12 minutes of estimated reading time. So me reading it out loud could be doubled. So I think that's a good one. Let's do this one next. Thank you for the hydrate. That's an entire audiobook, I know, right? Thank you. It's a movie at that point. Let's see. You know, I was thinking of what to put on the side for Halloween, kind of creepy stuff, but I don't think I really have a lot of Halloween assets to put on besides the ghost blanket. But well, the ghost blanket kind of covers everything on my model. But I do have, let's see, what is this one again? Did I think I took this off? Dang it. I had a ghost cat. Oh, no, here it is. A cat ghost. A ghost kitty. We'll have a little ghost kitty floating on the side. Right here. There we go. How's that? Okay. The background, I know, right? Really pretty background. Movie night, but it's just Aisha describing what's on the screen. Use your imagination. Okay. Next story is called I Found a Letter from My Stalker. Written by Minister of Owls. Oh, Minister of Owls. There you go. Alright. Ready? Not the stalker. It's a stalker story. I found this note nailed onto a tree on my front lawn. I really don't know how to describe it. I'll just let you read it yourself. Here's the note. I saw you today. It was your birthday. You didn't see me. You hardly ever do these days. Your skin looks so nice and healthy, and your eyes, they were the most beautiful I had ever seen them. You've grown so much. I remember how different you used to look when you were younger. I remember the day I first met you. It was 4 years ago. I was sitting at my desk, head down, listening to the teacher rattling off names of attendants. The teacher called out a name I didn't recognize, and a stranger's voice answered behind me. Was there a new student? The teacher didn't pause for a second, just continued calling out name after name. I turned my head to where the voice had come from. I saw you, a pale thing, so thin, your eyes so red, at a seat that should been empty. I saw the fireflies flying around you, flickering. Dozens of them, never straying far from you. I saw them going through you and coming out of your skin, like you were a mist to them. Can you believe I thought you were a ghost? No one else seemed to acknowledge the new stranger sitting at the back of the class. Class after class, hour after hour passed as I waited for something to happen. For someone to notice you, for you to leave, for you to let out a ghoulish scream and claw at me. Like in the horror story I was certain I was in. But nothing happened. Teachers came and went. My classmates laughed and slept, and you just sat there. The bell rang for recess. The other kids ran to their mundanities for the day, leaving me and you together in the empty classroom. You stood up and pulled a chair from the desk next to you, making it face your desk. You turned your head to me and spoke. Well, you're slow today. Come on, ask me your questions. I didn't know why I didn't run away screaming at that moment. Probably would have turned out better for me in the long run, but let's not speculate. I guess at that point in my life, I was pretty I was pretty bloody lonely. I figured there was only a 50-50 chance you'd eat me, and the other 50 was that someone wanted to talk with me. Kid priorities don't make sense to me either these days. So I went along with the flow. I walked over to your desk, sat down on the chair you pulled for me, and asked my question. What were you? You told me you didn't know. You said that once you were a child, just like me, with parents and friends, you used to go to the same schools as me. Then one day, one ordinary day, when you were 10, you just woke up and you were like this, covered in fireflies, and no one could remember you the moment they concentrated on anything else. No one, not even your parents. You told me of how I'd notice you every day, how I'd think of you until recess every day, how I'd come to you every day, how we would talk every day, how we would meet for the first time every day for the last 3 years, about how I'd forget the instant I walked out of the room, how everyone would forget you, how the fireflies would make them, how for the last 3 years you'd been alone. Your story was very hard to believe, so I didn't. I asked what reality prank show I was on. You looked, well, unimpressed, and asked me to continue telling my story. I was caught off guard by the non-sequitur. You said last time I was here, I was telling you a story, a horror story about a haunted house. As you detailed the story, goosebumps prickled my skin. It was a story I'd been making up in my head. A story I hadn't told anyone yet. At that moment, a million reactions were open to me, all simultaneously adequate and inadequate. But the only thing that seemed proper was to finish the story for you. So I did. Halfway through, you interrupted me to ask if my mother had recovered from her sickness yet. I had to shake my head, a bit ashamed at the fact that I shared this private matter to a stranger, The story ended a few minutes before recess. My next class was in another room. You told me to go. Your steadiness took me back. You seemed so accepting of your fate. Like you'd already gotten used to the idea of being forgotten forever. I was a kid back then. I wasn't a particularly smart kid, and I was probably on the onset of a crush. So you can excuse what I did next as an example of my childhood stupidity. Give me a second, I think I need to fix one of my tags. There we go. Okay. Oh, hello Tsunita, welcome. Yes, every week around this time is my ASMR night. I do different kinds of ASMR depending on the situation. Or how in my mood. Today is a creepypasta reading. I grabbed my scissors, pressed it against my arm skin, and dug in. As it drew blood, I pushed it forwards till the cut formed the shape I wanted. Letter by letter, I carved your name onto my arm. Just so you know, I don't regret that. Don't get me wrong, kid power might have made me do it, but it sure as hell didn't make the pain go away. It was one of the most painful experiences of my life. But even then as a kid, I thought that what was happening to you was unfair. I remember how your eyes looked when you saw that. The confusion. How strange it was for you that anyone would want to remember. I remember that look so clearly. When I woke up the next day and saw your name on my arm, I remembered you. I didn't forget. That day, for the first time, we had a conversation that wasn't so one-sided. You said no one had ever done anything like that before and suggested I might have a mental illness. I won't deny it, that drew a little blood. As we talked, a creeping thought came into my head. Did you prefer it when I didn't remember? That night, I was sitting up on my bed, staring at your name on my arm, wondering if I should cover it up so I couldn't see it and give you back your privacy, when I heard a crash. I looked up to see my bedroom window shattered and a dirty rock on my floor. I looked outside the cracked window to see a dark figure on my lawn. You were outside yelling about how we should hang out. It took me a while to get used to how bad you were at talking to people. Years without practice made you quite a bit rusty. That was alright. We had a lot of time. For the next 2 years, we spent most of our free time together. Most of the time, we talked. You'd tell me an aspect of your life and how you lived. You still stayed in your old house. Your parents never noticed the food that had gone missing. Never noticed an extra room, or that you'd stolen the extra keys. One night, I confided in you that I was beginning to think you were a part of my imagination. Fight Club style. After all, what could you do to me that I couldn't do to myself? You spent the next month or so trying to leave bite marks on my ear or neck to prove a point. I still have a few scars on my ear, so I guess you did. Looking back, I could see the warning signs even then. Your skin seemed to get worse and worse, paler and paler, and you'd rubbed your eyes raw. It was in winter we had our wake-up call. The morning began like any other. I woke up, brushed my teeth, and started searching for clothes to wear. It was a winter morning and my room was dark, so I didn't see your name on my arm. The cold sent shivers through my body and pulled out a long-sleeved jacket. A small bell rang in my head. Don't you usually roll your sleeves up? Yeah, and why did I? That was annoying. I finished tidying up and headed to school. On the school bus, I felt oddly content. Like something I'd been worrying about had just disappeared. I walked up the school stairs, down the hall, through my classroom door, and sat down at my desk. The same feeling of a burden forgotten hounded my mind. What was I forgetting? When recess came, I just sat at my desk while my classmates ran out. It felt like a ritual, but I didn't know what for. I was contemplating just walking out to join them when I heard it. It was something small in the wind, like a whisper. But it came over and over, incessant. It sounded like my name. I knew this was strange, that this was worth my attention, but it felt oddly calm. Everything will be alright. Everything will be fine. Just ignore it. I sat there at my desk, my mind a war zone between two conflicting, contradictory voices, when I felt a force tugging on my sleeve. The moment I noticed this, my jacket sleeve tore open. I saw your name on my arm, and then your hand that had ripped my jacket open. You'd been yelling at me for over 20 minutes. I think that was the moment we realized how on edge our friendship really was. One accident away from complete erasure. We spent most of the next year in the town library together, trying to find out what the fireflies were. It wasn't really a problem for me because of my mother's treatment. My family couldn't afford to go on any trips, and our house didn't have heating anymore, so I was happy to spend my time with you. Trying to find information was a puzzle in and of itself. After all, how would I read about people I couldn't remember, and how would you find out who was special when no one could even remember enough about them to record them? We found our old family trees and records. Individually, we'd write down the name of everyone in the book on two lists, and then we would compare. The names I hadn't remembered to write down, but you had, would become the focus. They were the names who were under the curse of the fireflies. We compiled a list of suspicious books. Books we thought could help us because they were written by or were about the people we were searching for. I read the books with the list of names side by side, reading it again, for every page of the book. You scour the internet on the library computers, on the lookout for articles about the people. Our search would lead us to the first glimpse we got of what was really happening to you. It was late last night when you found the picture. I was a bit drowsy at that time, and almost about to nod off when I heard a sharp intake of breath. I turned to see you standing up, pointing at the screen. I didn't see anything. Well, nothing noteworthy. On the screen was a picture of a clearing somewhere in the woods. You held up your piece of paper where you'd marked out 2 names. Susie Appleby Regan, 13. Terry Appleby Regan, 12. Siblings. For a moment, I saw the paper and the screen side by side. Side by side. And then I saw them. 2 figures emerging from the woods towards the camera. They were almost humanoid, with the exception of their limbs, which stretched to nightmarish proportions. Their blank white skin was that of a pure albino, and looked more like tree bark than anything you expected to find on a mammal. A cloud of fireflies surrounded the duo. The shorter one looked emaciated. I could see their rib cages, around which their eyes. God, their eyes. So small, so red. The taller one, with its white hair, didn't look alive anymore. They were little more than skin wrapped around the skeleton. Fireflies swarmed out of the pair's empty eye sockets. Both reached for the cameraman. I looked at the article surrounding the picture. It was a blog posted by a hiker 20 years after the last mention of the 2 kids. The picture was a mystery to the cameraman as well. He'd been wanting to go to the woods pictured for a while now, but he never actually remembered going there. The picture had just appeared on his camera one day at the blue. For a moment, I looked at your face, your thin, pale face, with those red-veined eyes. Would that be you when my scar faded? Just a walking horror I'd glimpse, then forget? We worked through our reading list at a much faster pace starting from that moment. Maybe we should have gone slower. At least every book, every website we'd left untouched promised hope. The books that we finished and tossed aside promised nothing but the clearing in the woods as one's future. And we tossed aside a lot of books. I believe I tore through 3/4 of my reading list before I stumbled across the journal. Oh God, that horrible, horrible journal. The journal used to belong to a mental patient named Joey, who claimed to be a serial killer. He was locked up in an asylum when the police discovered his supposed victims never existed. He was diagnosed with a need for attention and shoved away. They should have electrocuted him, They should have fried him until his flesh melted and his hair burned. In the journal, he talked about how he carried out his killings. He knew things, bizarre and disturbing things no one else knew. He knew of strange creatures that lived in the woods. Of them, his favorites were the fireflies. I'm not going to tell you how he summoned these things. I trust you. I trust you more than anyone. But a thing like this belongs to the ground more than it ever will to the human mind. In the end, it's sufficient to know that these things were not fireflies. Joey would start his ritual by taking a kid. Any kid, anyone he pleased. He could take them at any time, in the dead of night from their homes, or in broad daylight from their front yards. It didn't matter if he was seen. He'd take them to his house and drag them inside. Usually, an Amber Alert came up at that point. He didn't care. Like I said, it wouldn't matter soon. He dragged them to a special room in his house. Here the fireflies would come and latch onto them. Now, nobody was searching for the kids. Not the police, not the parents, nobody. From then on, he could do whatever he wanted to the kid. He'd get bored of them after a day or two, after the child had broken. At that point, he disposed of them. Hacksaw, kitchen knife, anything would work. He detailed a large pit of bodies he kept in the woods, swarming with bugs. One day, I guess he got bored of that too, so he went right to the police station and turned himself in. Not on account of guilt, no. He just wanted someone to know about the stuff he was doing. Sick bastard. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. He never stopped killing kids. The asylum doors didn't stop him from doing what he liked. It just made him improvise. He made a new way. He modified the flies so they could survive without a host, just in a dormant state. When a child, he specified the age, would approach the swarm, it would latch on and begin its effect. Over the years, the child would warp horribly into the things we saw in the woods. I wish I could hate him in peace. I wish I could say the word owed him nothing. But that wouldn't be true. He detailed a way out. On the final page, there was an exact explanation on how to get rid of the fireflies. You must have seen something in my face because, at that moment, you asked if I had found anything. I said no and closed the book. A few minutes later, you shut down the computer. You picked up the last book and went through it yourself. When you reached to the end cover, you tossed it aside. I asked what we should do now. You said it was all right. I could go home. We talk about it in the morning. I stood up and walked past the shelves of books. I headed for the library entrance, but stopped right outside the door and waited. I waited until I heard the sniffling sounds. I sneaked back to our table, where you were quietly sobbing. You had your head in your hands. I sat back down as you raised your eyes to me. You said you wished you'd never met me. How happy you were when you had nothing to lose. How I ruined your life. You'd never really gotten better at talking to people. That was the worst love confession I've ever heard. I remember how we kissed that night. I remember your hands gripping my hair. I remember that kiss. I wish it could have been just a kiss. I'm sorry I ruined that moment. When my arms were around you, I was close enough to steal a firefly without you noticing. I remember holding the firefly in my hand. I remember how it struggled until it didn't. Until it was a part of me. The fireflies shifted. They came over to me and left you. I remember the familiar look in your eyes, the confusion. I never wanted to see that confusion in your eyes again. You deserve to be loved, and you deserve to know that. I wasn't really living anyway. You reached for me. I pulled away as the last lights of recognition faded from your eyes. And then you were just staring at a stranger, walking away into a crowd of strangers. That was a year ago. You've gotten so much better since then. You have so many friends now, so many people at your birthday party. You also look so much healthier. I haven't been as fortunate. My skin's gotten a lot paler, and my eyes hurt all the time now. I couldn't go to school like you did all those years. I haven't wasted my time though. I found Joey's pit. The bodies. There were so many bodies. There's a grave for those children now. Without me, my mom could afford her surgery. She looked so happy. Just yesterday, I saw her playing with my baby brother. I saw you crying yesterday. You were with your friends, laughing. For a brief moment, your eyes met mine, and then they were so wet. I think I'm going away. For good, I think. You're not going to be happy if I stick around. I'm so happy I met you, even if you don't remember me. Notes end. Sometimes I go through depressive episodes. I feel so lonely, even with my friends. I don't know what's going on through my head during these times. And sometimes I'd end up in a bathtub, a knife in my hands, and my wrists bleeding. Until now, I thought I was cutting my wrists. I wasn't. The cuts, they're letters. I've been carving a name onto my arm. And And that's it. End of the story for that one. That was pretty sad. Thatch. So I think the last excerpt was the girl after she came back to being normal, and somehow she was trying to remember the boy, and that's why she was carving the name on her arm, which is the name of the boy. Same thing the boy was doing before he took the fireflies from her, and well, she couldn't remember. Very sad. This is Sag Pasta. Sag Pasta. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Also, welcome. Hi, Yuna, and hello, P. Also, let's see. Trying to remember how to say your name. Is it Marthiu? Marthiu? Too? I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Welcome. And today is ASMR, but a creepypasta reading night. Alright, let's see the next one. Also, hello, Kuramaki. Welcome. That is sad sauce. Oh yeah, this next one is, I think this one is actually kind of a bit, really actually creepy and story. Or story? Scary, I mean. Thank you. My pal. Okay. I think I'm good to go. Okay, this is gonna be a long reading for this one. You guys ready? Okay. It's called... Okay, for those of you who are about to go to sleep, I'm so sorry. Also, I just saw see Kara, Tachia, and hello, X-Hyzen. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome. And if I don't address you for the follows and then the hellos and then the other messages in chat, I apologize. I try not to stray too far from reading to not break the flow of the story. But I do notice you. I do see you. Thank you. Welcome. I just woke up and it's 1 AM already. Oh, it's perfect time to listen to this story. Alright, here we go. Thank you for the heart. Alright, it's called Bedtime. Part 1. The beginning. Bedtime is supposed to be a happy event for a tired child. For me, it was terrifying. While some children might complain about being put to bed before they have finished watching a film or playing their favorite video game, when I was a child, nighttime was something to truly fear. Somewhere in the back of my mind, it still is. As someone who is trained in the sciences, I cannot prove that what happened to me was objectively real, but I can swear that what I experienced was genuine horror. A fear which in my life, I'm glad to say, has never been equaled. While I will relate to it. Let me read that again. I will relate it to you all now as best as I can. Make of it what you will, but I'll be glad to just get it off my chest. I can't remember exactly when it started, but my apprehension towards falling asleep seemed to correspond with my being moved into a room of my own. I was 8 years old at that time, and until then, I had shared a room quite happily with my older brother. As is perfectly understandable for a boy 5 years my senior, my brother eventually wished for a room of his own, and as a result, I was given the room at the back of the house. It was a small, narrow, yet oddly elongated room, large enough for a bed and a couple of chests of drawers, but not much else. I couldn't really complain because, even at that age, I understood that we did not have a large house and I had no real cause to be disappointed, as my family was both loving and caring. It was a happy childhood during the day. A solitary window looked out onto our back garden. Nothing out of the ordinary, but even during the day, the light which crept into that room seemed almost hesitant. As my brother was given a new bed, I was given the bunk air beds which we used to share. While I was upset about sleeping on my own, I was excited at the thought of being able to sleep in the top bunk, which seemed far more adventurous to me. From the very first night, I remember a strange feeling of unease creeping slowly from the back of my mind. I lay on the top bunk, staring down at my action figures and cars strewn across the green-blue carpet. As imaginary battles and adventures took place between the toys on the floor, I couldn't help but feel that my eyes were being slowly drawn towards the bottom bunk, as if something was moving in the corner of my eye. Something which did not wish to be seen. The bunk was empty, impeccably made with a dark blue blanket tucked in neatly, partially covering two rather bland white pillows. I didn't think any of it at the time. I was a child, and the noise slipping under my door from my parents' television bathed me in a warm sense of safety and well-being. I fell asleep. When you awaken from a deep sleep to something moving or stirring, it can take a few moments for you to truly understand what is happening. The fog of sleep hangs over your eyes and ears even when lucid. Something was moving. There was no doubt about that. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. Everything was dark, almost pitch black. But there was enough light creeping in from outside to outline that narrowly suffocating room. Two thoughts appeared in my mind almost simultaneously. The first was that my parents were in bed because the rest of the house lay both in darkness and silence. The second thought turned to the noise. A noise which had obviously woken me. As the last cobwebs of sleep withered from my mind, the noise took on a more familiar form. Sometimes the simplest of sounds can be the most unnerving. A cold wind whistling through a tree outside, a neighbor's footsteps uncomfortably close, or, in this case, the simple sound of bed sheets rustling in the dark. That was it. Bed sheets rustling in the dark, as if some disturbed sleeper was attempting to get all too comfortable in the bottom bunk. I lay there in disbelief, thinking that the noise was either my imagination, or perhaps just my pet cat finding somewhere comfortable to spend the night. It was then that I noticed my door shut as it had been as I'd fallen asleep. Perhaps my mom had checked in on me and the cat had sneaked into my room then. Yes, that must have been it. I turned a face to the wall, closing my eyes in the vain hope that I could fall back to sleep. As I moved, the rustling noise from underneath me ceased. I thought that I must have disturbed my cat, but quickly realized that the visitor in the bottom bunk was much less mundane than my pet trying to sleep, and much more sinister. As if alerted to and disgruntled by my presence, the disturbed sleeper began to toss and turn violently, like a child having a tantrum in their bed. I could hear the sheets twist and turn with increasing ferocity. Fear then had gripped me, not like the subtle sense of unease I had experienced earlier, but now potent and terrifying. My heart raced as my eyes panicked, scanning the almost impenetrable darkness. I let out a cry. As most young boys do, I instinctively shouted on my mother. I could hear something stir on the other side of the house, but as I began to breathe a sigh of relief that my parents were coming to save me, the bunk beds suddenly started to shake violently, as if gripped by an earthquake, scraping against the wall. I could hear the sheets below me thrashing around as if tormented by malice. I did not want to jump down to safety, as I feared the thing in the bottom bunk would reach out and grab me, pulling me into the darkness, so I stayed there, white knuckles clenching my own blanket like a shroud of protection. The wait seemed like an eternity. The door finally, and thankfully, burst open, and I lay bathed in light while the bottom bunk, a resting place of my unwanted visitor, lay empty and peaceful. I cried, and my mother consoled me. Tears of fear, followed by relief, streamed down my face. Yet, through all the horror and relief, I did not tell her why I was so upset. I cannot explain it, but it was as though whatever had been in that bunk would return, if I even so much as spoke of it, or uttered a single syllable of its existence. Whether that was the truth, I did not know. But as a child, I felt as if that unseen menace remained close, listening. My mother lay in the empty bunk, promising to stay there until morning. Eventually, my anxiety diminished. Tiredness pushed me back towards sleep. But I remained restless, waking several times momentarily to the sound of rustling bed sheets. I remember the next day wanting to go anywhere, be anywhere, but in that narrow, suffocating room. It was a Saturday, and I played outside, quite happily with my friends. Although our house was not large, we were lucky to have a long, sloping garden in the back. We played there often, as much of it was overgrown, and we could hide in the bushes, climbing in the huge sycamore tree which towered above all else, and easily imagine ourselves in the throes of a grand adventure in some untamed exotic land. As fun as it all was, occasionally my eye would turn to that small window, ordinary, slight, and innocuous. But for me, that thin boundary was a looking glass into a strange, cold pocket of dread. Outside, the lush green surroundings of our garden, filled with the smiling faces of my friends, could not extinguish the creeping feeling clawing its way up my spine, each hair standing on end. The feeling of something in that room, watching me play, waiting for the night when I would be alone, eagerly filled with hate. I'll be right back. I need to go turn on the main light, I think, instead of the lamp. The lamp is like blinding my eyes on the side. Okay, that's better. Whew, my eyes. Daily님 어서오세요. Hello now, thank you so much for the anniversary wishes. Happy affiliate anniversary. Okay, next paragraph. It may sound strange to you, but by the time my parents ushered me back into that room for the night, I said nothing. I didn't protest. I didn't even make an excuse as to why I couldn't sleep here. I simply and sullenly walked into that room, climbed a few steps into the top bunk, and then waited. As an adult, I would be telling everyone about my experience, but even at that age, I felt almost silly to be talking about something which I really had no evidence for. I would be lying, however, if I said this was my primary reason. I still felt that this thing would be enraged if I so much as spoke of it. Thank you for the hydrate. Hold on. 오지유님 팔로 감사합니다. 어서오세요. It's funny how certain words can remain hidden from your mind, no matter how blatant or obvious they are. One word came to me that second night, lying there in the darkness alone, frightened, aware of a rotten change in the atmosphere, a thickening of the air as if something had displaced it. As I heard the first casual wrists of the bedsheets blow, the first anxious increase of my heartbeat at the realization that something was once again in the bottom bunk, that word, a word which had been sent into exile, filtered up through my consciousness, breaking free of all repression, gasping for air, screaming, etching, and carving itself into my mind. Ghost. As this thought came to me, I noticed that my unwelcome visitor had ceased moving. The bedsheets lay calm and dormant, but they had been replaced by something far more hideous. A slow, rhythmic, rasping breath heaved and escaped from the thing below. I could imagine its chest rising and falling with each sordid, wheezing, and garbled breath. I shuddered and hoped beyond all hope that it would leave without occurrence. The house lay as it had the previous night, in a thick blanket of darkness. Silence prevailed, all but for the perverted breath of my, as yet, unseen bunkmate. I lay there terrified. I just wanted this thing to go, to leave me alone. What did it want? Then something unmistakably chilling transpired. It moved. It moved in a way different from before. When it threw itself around in the bottom bunk, it seemed unrestrained, without purpose, almost animalistic. This movement, however, was driven by awareness with purpose, with a goal in mind. For that thing lying there in the darkness, that thing which seemed intent on terrorizing a young boy, calmly and nonchalantly sat up. Its labored breathing had become louder, as now only a mattress and a few flimsy wooden slates separated my body from the unearthly breath below. I lay there, my eyes filled with tears. A fear which mere words cannot relate to you or anyone else coursed through my veins. I would not have believed that this fear could have been heightened, but I was so wrong. I imagined that this thing would look like, sitting there listening from below my mattress, hoping to catch the slightest hint that I was awake. Imagination then turned to an unnerving reality. It began to touch the wooden slates which my mattress sat on. It seemed to caress them carefully, running what I imagined to be fingers and hands across the surface of the wood. Then with a great force, it prodded angrily between two slats into the mattress. Even through the padding, it felt as though someone had viciously stuck their fingers into my side. I let out an almighty cry, and the wheezing, shaking, and moving thing in the bunk below replied in kind by violently vibrating the bunk as it had done the night before. Small flakes of paint powdered onto my blanket from the wall as the frame of the bed scraped along it, backwards and forwards. Once again, I was bathed in light, and there stood my mother, loving and caring as she always was, with a comforting hug and calming words, which eventually subdued my hysteria. Of course, she asked what was wrong, but I could not say. I dared not say. I simply said one word over and over and over again. Nightmare. This pattern of events continued for weeks, if not months. Night after night, I would awaken to the sound of rustling sheets. Each time, I would scream so as to not provide this abomination with time to prod and feel for me. With each cry, the bed would shake violently, stopping with the arrival of my mother, who would spend the rest of the night in the bottom bunk, seemingly unaware of the sinister force torturing her son nightly. Along the way, I managed to feign illness a few times and come up with other less than truthful reasons for sleeping in my parents' bed, but more often than not, I would be alone for the first few hours of each night in that place. The room where the light from outside did not sit right. Alone with that thing. With time, you can become desensitized to almost anything, no matter how horrific. I had come to realize that, for whatever reason, this thing could not harm me when my mother was present. I made sure the same would have been said for my father, but as loving as he was, waking him from sleep was almost impossible. After a few months, I had grown accustomed to my nightly visitor. Do not mistake this for some unearthly friendship. I detested the thing. I still feared it greatly, as I could almost sense its desires and its personality, if you could call it that. One filled with a perverted and twisted hatred, yet longing for me, or perhaps all things. My greatest fears were realized in the winter. The days grew short, and the longer nights merely provided this wretch with more opportunities. It was a difficult time for my family. My grandmother, a wonderfully kind and gentle woman, had deteriorated greatly since the death of my grandfather. My mother was trying her best to keep her in the community as long as possible. However, dementia is a cruel and degenerative illness, robbing a person of their memories one day at a time. Soon she recognized none of us, and it became clear that she would need to be moved from her house to a nursing home. Thank you for the hydrate, was good, thank you. Okay. Also, welcome. Hope you're enjoying your stay. Before she could be moved, my grandmother had particularly difficult few nights, and my mother decided that she would stay with her. As much as I loved my grandmother and felt nothing but anguish at her illness, to this day, I feel guilty that my first thoughts were not of her, but of what my nightly visitor may do should it become aware of my mother's absence. Her presence being the one thing which I was sure was protecting me from the full horror of this thing's reach. I rushed home from school that day and immediately wrenched the bedsheets and mattress from the lower bunk, removing all of the slides and placing an old desk, a chest of drawers, and some chairs, which kept in a cupboard where the bottom bunk used to be. I told my father I was making an office, which he found adorable, but I would be damned if I'd give that thing a place to sleep for one more night. As darkness approached, I lay there knowing my mother was not in the house. I did not know what to do. My only impulse was to sneak into her jewelry box and take a small family crucifix, which I hadn't seen there before. While my family was not very religious, at that age, I still believed in God and hoped that somehow this would protect me. Although fearful and anxious, while gripping the crucifix under my pillow tightly in one hand, sleep eventually came, and as I drifted off to dream, I hoped that I would awaken in the morning without incidents. Unfortunately, that night was the most terrifying of all. I woke gradually. The room was once again dark. As my eyes adjusted, I could gradually make out the window and the door. In the walls, some toys on a shelf, and even to this day, I shudder to think of it, for there was no noise, no rustling of sheets, no movement at all. The room felt lifeless, yet not empty. The nightly visitor, that unwelcome, wheezing, hate-filled thing which had terrorized me night after night, was not in the bottom bunk. It was in my bed. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. Utter terror had shaken the very sound of my voice. I lay motionless. If I could not scream, I did not want to let it know I was awake. I had not yet seen it. I could only feel it. It was obscured under my blanket. I could see its outline, and I could feel its presence, but I dared not look. The weight of it pressed down on top of me, a sensation I will never forget. When I say that hours passed, I do not exaggerate. Laying there motionless, in the darkness, I was every bit a scared and frightened young boy. If it had been during the summer months, it would have been light by then. But the grasp of winter is long and unrelenting, and I knew it would be hours before sunrise, a sunrise which I yearned for. I was a timid child by nature, but I reached a breaking point, a moment where I could not wait no more, where I could survive under this intimately deviant abomination no longer. Fear can sometimes wear you out, make you threadbare, a shell of nerves leaving only the slightest trace of you behind. I had to get out of that bed. Then I remembered that crucifix. My hand still lay underneath the pillow, but it was empty. I slowly moved my wrist around to find it, minimizing as best as I could the sound and vibrations caused, but it could not be found. I had either knocked it off the top bunk, or it had... I could not even bear to think of it. Been taken from my hand. Without the crucifix, I lost any sense of hope. Even at such a young age, you can be acutely aware of what death is, and intensely frightened of it. I knew I was going to die in that bed if I lay there, dormant, passive, doing nothing. I had to leave that room behind, but how? Should I leave from the bed and hope that I make it to the door? What if it is faster than me? Or should I slowly slip out of that top bunk, hoping not to disturb my uncanny bedfellow? Realizing that it had not stirred when I had moved, trying to find the crucifix, I began to have the strangest of thoughts. What if it was asleep? It hadn't so much as breathed since I had woken up. Perhaps it was resting, believing that it had finally got me, that I was finally in its grasp, Or perhaps it was toying with me. After all, it had been doing just that for countless nights, and now with me under it, pinned against my mattress, with no mother to protect me. Maybe it was holding off, savoring its victory until the last possible moment. Like a wild animal, savoring its prey. Hello, Karaoke, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I tried to breathe as shallowly as possible, and mustering every ounce of courage I could, I reached over slowly with my right hand and began to peel the blanket off of me. What I found under those covers almost stopped my heart. I did not see it, but as my hand moved the blanket, it brushed against something. Something smooth and cold. Something which felt unmistakably like a gaunt hand. I held my breath in terror, as I was sure it must not have known that I was awake. Nothing. It did not stir. It felt dead. After a few moments, I placed my hand carefully further down the blanket and felt a thin, poorly formed forearm. My confidence and almost twisted sense of curiosity grew as I moved down further to a disproportionately larger bicep muscle. The arm was outstretched, lying across my chest, with a hand resting on my left shoulder, as if it had grabbed me in my sleep. I realized that I would have to move this cadaverous appendage if I even so much as hoped to escape its grasp. For some reason, the feeling of torn, ragged clothing on the shoulder of this nighttime invader stopped me in my tracks. Fear once again swelled in my stomach. What was that sound? I thought I heard something. I think that was from outside my building. Okay, that scared me. That scared the heck out of me. Oh my god. Okay, where were we? Okay, I'm hoping it's just people passing by, because it's Saturday night, and I live in an apartment, so sometimes I hear stuff like that outside on the weekends, so let's hope it was that. Okay. Okay. Ooh, okay, where was I? Fear once again swelled in my stomach and in my chest as I recoiled my hand in disgust at the touch of straggled, oily hair. I could not bring myself to touch its face, although I wondered to this very day what it would have felt like. Dear God, it moved. It moved. It was subtle, but its grip on my shoulder and across my body strengthened. No tears came, but God, how I wanted to cry. As its hand and arm slowly coiled around me, my right leg brushed along the cool wall which the bed lay against. Of all that happened to me in that room, this was the strangest. I realized that this clutching, rancid thing which drew great delight from violating a young boy's bed was not entirely on top of me. It was sticking out from the wall, like a spider striking from its lair. Suddenly, its grip moved from a slow tightening to a sudden squeeze, It pulled and clawed at my clothes, as if frightened that the opportunity would soon pass. I fought against it, but its emaciated arm was too strong for me. Its head rose up, writhing and contorting under the blanket. I now realized where it was taking me, into the wall. I fought for my dear life. I cried, and suddenly my voice returned to me, yelling, screaming, but no one came. Then I realized why it was so eager to suddenly strike. Why this thing had to have me now. Through my window, that window which seemed to represent so much malice from outside, streaked hope. The first rays of sunshine. I struggled further, knowing that if I could just hold on, it would soon be gone. As I fought for my life, the unearthly parasite shifted, slowly pulling itself up my chest, its head now poking out from under the blanket, wheezing, coughing, rasping. I do not remember its features. I simply remember its breath against my face, foul and as cold as ice. As the sun broke over the horizon, that dark place, that suffocating room of contempt was washed, bathed in sunlight. I passed out as its scrawny fingers encircled my neck, squeezing the very life from me. I woke to my father offering to make me some breakfast. A wonderful sight indeed. I had survived the most horrible experience of my life until then, and now. I moved the bed away from the wall, leaving behind the furniture I had believed would stop that thing from taking a bed. Little did I think that it would try to take mine and me. Weeks passed without incident. Yet, on one cold, frostbitten night, I woke to the sound of the furniture where the bunk beds used to be, vibrating violently. In a moment it passed. I lay there, sure I could hear a distant wheezing coming from deep within the wall, finally fading into the distance. I have never told anyone this story before. To this day, I still break out in a cold sweat at the sound of bedsheets rustling in the night, or a wheeze brought on by a common cold, and I certainly never sleep with my bed against the wall. I call it superstition, if you will, but as I said, I cannot discount conventional explanations such as sleep paralysis, hallucination, or that of an overactive imagination. But what I can say is this. The following year, I was given a larger room on the other side of the house, and my parents took that strangely suffocating, elongated place as their bedroom. They said they didn't need a large room, just one big enough for a bed and a few things. They lasted 10 days. We moved on the 11th. I guess parents couldn't take that either. It's a cursed room. Part 2. After writing my account of an horrific experience I had as an 8-year-old child, many have encouraged me to speak about the aftermath. I've been hesitant to do so, as I have felt unsettled since I broke my silence. Sleep has not come easy to me these last few nights. My skepticism, however, remained resilient, and as such, I will tell of what I experienced in the other room. Yes, there's part 2, the other room. Also, hello, welcome, Kutu. Thank you so much for the follow. That was pretty scary, wasn't it? Apparently, that was like the beginning. It's the part 1 beginning, and then now it's part 2. We're in the other room. This won't be as long, as what occurred only took place over a few days, but that was more than enough for me. If you recall, after that unwelcome nightly visitor left me, I was moved into another bedroom a year later. This room was much larger than the previous one and had a warm and welcoming atmosphere to it. Some places feel bad. The room before felt foul, but this one did not. Passy, thank you so much for the gift, Utsuni. Oh, me getting slightly jump scared earlier from a noise outside? Yeah, that was kind of scary. Thank you. Thankfully, I was given a normal bed. The previous one was taken apart and thrown out. A welcome sight, I might add. I loved my new room. I enjoyed the space for all my toys. I was happy that the place was large enough to have my friends drop by. But most of all, I was relieved just to be out of that uneasy, foreboding part of the house. On the first night, I slept more soundly than I had done for a long time. Of course, I still moved my bed several feet from the wall. I told my mother that I and my friends liked to use the gap between the bed and wall as a hiding place when we were playing. I woke the next day feeling refreshed and relaxed. As I lay there watching some of my favorite cartoons on a small portable television, I noticed something odd. An old dark brown armchair, which had always been there, sat at the foot of my bed, large and looming. It was frayed and worn, having been given to us as part of a suite by my cousin. But it had been used many times even by then. The chair itself was not unusual, but what unsettled me was that I could have sworn that before I had went to sleep, the chair had been facing away from the bed. Now, in the cold light of day, the chair was facing me. I assumed one of my parents had moved it while I slept, probably looking for something which had been left there before we switched rooms. The second night was not as restful. It was around 11 p.m., and I could hear my parents' television from the other side of the house. The room was largely in darkness, the only illumination an orange hue drifting through my window from the streetlights outside. I lay there content until I heard something quiet, yet unmistakable. At first, I thought it was the sound of my own breath exhaling and inhaling as I rested. But when I stopped for a moment, the quiet, almost inaudible sound of someone else in the room breathing in and out did not cease. It continued, rhythmically and without pause. I lay there in the darkness, but while I was still recovering from terror instilled in me from my experience in my previous bedroom, I was not entirely afraid. The breathing was so distant, and unlike the wheezing I had heard during my encounter with that thing in the wall, that I remained calm, and even at that early age, I believed that it was so subtle, that it was probably my imagination playing tricks on me. Still, I took no chances, stepping out of bed, walked across the room, and turned the light on. The sound had gone. I stared at that old worn armchair facing the foot of my bed, which was within reaching distance of where I slept, and turned it around to face the other way. I had no real reason to do so, but something about it sitting there filled me with dread. The third night, I was not so fearless. Again, I woke in darkness. Lying on my back, I stared up at the ceiling, which seemed to happily absorb the dim orange light from the street. The tree outside my window swayed in a calm breeze, casting a strange collection of improbable moving shadows across the room. I could hear nothing but the long and distant hum of the city night traffic. Just as I began to drift back into sleep, I heard it. A creak from the bottom of my bed, as if something had moved or shifted its weight on the floor. I raised my head, peering through the darkness, but nothing strange. Everything sat as it had done throughout the day. Nothing was out of place. I cast my gaze across the room. Some comics on the floor, a few boxes which had still to be unpacked, the armchair unmoved, still facing away from the bottom of my bed. There was nothing sinister here. Oh, hello, fan of Barvados. Welcome. Thank you for the follows, as well as the Noonie99. Welcome. I was now fully awake, glancing over at my television, considering whether or not to enjoy some late night TV. I'd have to keep the volume low, of course, as my older brother would hear it in the next room, and no doubt tell me to switch it off. Just as I sat up fully in bed, I heard it again. A low creak, accompanied by a sound. The sound of the slightest of movements. I looked again at the room. The dim orange shadows casted by the leaves hanging by my window now took on a more menacing form. I still saw no reason to be afraid. I stared at the chair at the end of my bed and saw nothing unusual about it. It was quite uncommon for the mind to take a moment to fully come to terms with what it was seeing. It takes time to put the full horror of what it is in front of you together into a moment of cold, bitter realization. Yes, I was staring at that old worn armchair in the dark. But what I was also staring at was a person sitting in it. In the dim light, I could only see the outline of the back of its head, the rest obscured by the spine of the chair. I sat motionless, staring, praying, hoping that my eyes were being misled by their surroundings. The slow creak of movement as it shifted in its battered throne chilled me to my very core, and this was no mere trick of the dark. Then it shifted onto its right side. I knew what I was doing. I knew what it was doing, not me. It was turning to look at me. It was difficult to make out, for even in that room, it seemed darker than everything around it. I saw what looked like a collection of long fingers slip over the crest of the chair, and then another. The room was silent, but for the sound of this thing's shuffling in its seat and the crash of my racing heart. At first, I could only make out the outline of its forehead, but then it began to rise up, revealing 2 pinpoints of light in the dark recesses of its deeply set eye sockets. It was staring at me. I screamed, and within a moment my brother and mother came into the room, switching the light on, asking if I had another bad dream. I sat speechless, barely acknowledging them, staring intently at the now empty armchair. Hello, Rosewire, welcome. Also, 로마라마님, 바로 감사합니다. 어서 오세요. Thank you for the follow as well, Max. FR, is it for real? For real. I was only in that room for another few days before we suddenly moved. I saw nothing for the remaining nights, except for my last sleep in that room, where I awoke to the warm air of something breathing into my ear. I jumped out of bed, turning the light on. The slow rhythmic breath of something unseen remained, louder than before. I spent the rest of that night on the couch in the living room. 2 years later, I slept soundly in my bed in our new house. There had been no other incidences, and I was sure I had left behind whatever strangeness had plagued me in that little average suburban home. I was, however, left one parting gift. My tormentors, and in my opinion, the watcher in that armchair was a different entity to the thing in the elongated room, had one last surprise in store for me. Like an animal claiming its territory, I was not entirely out with their grasp. Hello, Thrill, Katie? I don't know if I'm saying Katie, I see. Welcome, thank you for the follow. For one last terrifying moment, I felt the presence of those things. I lay there sound asleep, 2 years since those horrifying experiences. I was in the throes of a nightmare and suddenly, happily found myself awake, safe and sound in my bed. The room was darker than usual. I breathed a sigh of relief, as one does when waking from a nightmare. But the room was so dark. I could see nothing at all, as if something had snuffed out the light. I chuckled to myself, realizing that I must have pulled my blanket up and over my face while sleeping. The cotton blanket felt cool against me, but the air was a little too warm, almost stifling. Just as I was about to remove the blanket for some air, I heard it. For the last time, I heard it. The rhythmic breathing of the watcher at the end of my bed. Fear gripped me, followed by anger and despair. Why could I not be left alone? I then did something most peculiar. I decided to speak to it. Perhaps this thing did not mean to harm me. Perhaps it was unaware of the terror it had caused. Surely a young boy deserved some mercy. As the breathing grew louder and closer, I began to cry. I could feel its presence on the other side of the blanket, its breath hanging over me like a stagnant wind. Through the tears, I uttered 2 words, words which surely would put an end to all of this. Please stop. The breathing began to change. It became more animated, quicker somehow. I could hear something shuffling next to me, standing close by. The breathing then moved, first back to the foot of my bed, and then slowly across the room, through the door, into the hallway, and then gone. Half crying, half elated, I lay in the still darkness, my face still covered by the blanket. You may consider this a victory of some sort, but I do not. If those things were real, I now know beyond a shadow of a doubt that their intentions were not misconstrued. They were twisted, filled with malice. I would normally never use such a word to describe anything, but it's as close to evil as I hope I ever come. How do I know that? I'll tell you how. Moments after that thing seemed to have left the house, something pressed forcefully down on top of me, pushing the blanket with great strength against my face. I could feel a large hand with long, thin fingers wrapping the covers around my skull. Its nails imprinted upon me like razor-sharp ridges. I managed to slide down into the gap between the bed and the wall, quickly making my escape, clambering and screaming out of my room, waking my family. Make no mistake, that thing in the darkness tried to smother me to death. Creepy. So I tried to talk to it and then it moved away and then the other thing came. Like, I get sleep paralysis from time to time too. I used to have it to the point where it was almost chronic. I don't anymore. As in not as often as it used to be. But for a long period of time in my life, for sleep paralysis, and I have actually experienced like lots of suffocating stuff where I can feel the presence of something pushing down on my body. And also I have seen the dark figures during my sleep paralysis episodes, one of the worst ones, whereas they were staring back at me in the shadows while I was laying in bed. And there were some lights too, like the light from the tablet that was playing a TV show, and I could not move. All I could see was that it's pressing somewhere on my leg and laying down on the foot of my bed in a weird way, and it was staring at me, and I could not say anything. A lot of these times when I have sleep paralysis, and I think a lot of people do experience the same thing, where they just cannot make any sound out of their voice. And I'm like trying to scream and scream, and all I can make is like suffocated sounds, or like a scream without an actual voice but more like a wheezing. So as I'm reading this to you guys, it's like really bringing back all those memories of when I suffered these sleep paralysis like constantly. So it's kinda, it kept giving me chills down, like I was having goosebumps while reading through. But yeah, okay, part 3. That was only part 2. Part 3. Here's some more. We're not even halfway done, I think. I don't know. Welcome back, ma'am. Very good. Oh, thank you, Katie. Never had one, but I do experience phenomenal. Sleep paralysis, just like, it also gives me one of the reasons why I don't like sleeping in complete darkness. Yeah, there's part 3. Part 3. My fears realized. I don't know, actually. I didn't look through how many parts there were, but we'll find out as we go. I need to hydrate real quick, hold on. Okay. A few days ago, I submitted 2 nightmarish accounts from my childhood. Perhaps you best read them to truly comprehend what has befallen me. I had been compelled to silence, gripped by the irrational fear that somehow, even after all of these years, should I speak of it, that those things would seek me out and once again wreak havoc in my life. In the name of science and reason, I confronted those fears and set out to vanquish those tormented memories once and for all by sharing them with others, exposing them for what I believed they were: the delusions of a troubled child. I have held on to my skepticism and rationality for dear life. I have allowed them to define me, but this morning I was presented with verifiable physical evidence. Evidence of what I do not know, but it cannot be ignored, and it seems strange to me that the last few days have been so tainted by apprehension and misfortune after finally breaking my silence, that I can no longer rely upon entirely conventional explanations. In the wake of sharing those traumatic experiences I had as a child, I have been plagued by an overwhelming sense of unease. Initially, I attributed this to the fear I had experienced in simply recounting and reliving those terrible events in my mind. But as the days passed, it felt like so much more. A feeling of impending doom consumed my every thought. While sleep came to me, rest did not. Each morning I awoke, my nerves on edge, as if deprived of sleep for an age. Nothing overtly frightening happened during the first few nights. No visitation, no unwelcome bedfellows, no wheezing breaths reaching out from deep within my bedroom walls. But I had that distantly familiar feeling of not being alone. Do not misunderstand. I did not sense someone in the room with me. I did not hear, smell, or feel anything remotely supernatural. But throughout my days and nights, I have sensed something subtle, on a periphery of my awareness, the feeling that something is on its way. Something is coming, like the first few stagnant blasts of air from a subway tunnel, heralding the arrival of a lurching, unstoppable monstrosity. Surprising, yet unexpected. My sense of unease grew with each passing day, pushing its way under my skin, deep into my mind, like some form of cancerous infection. I tried to focus my attention on various writing projects in a vain attempt to fill my mind up to the brim with other thoughts, hopefully leaving no room for those contaminated memories, but those thoughts came to me nonetheless. My anxiety gained momentum until I could think of nothing else. I had to do something. I had studied psychology for years at university. With this, I knew that anxiety is often the result of a loss of control, and that one of the most effective ways to combat it is to empower oneself. This is what I intended to do. Call it foolhardy, but I was going to go back to that place, that house where those terrible events took place. I was going to confront those memories and expose them for what they were, nonetheless. It was an hour's drive to my old home, but it was one filled with elation. I was confident, at ease, happy. I was in control now, and nothing was going to get in my way of showing that the place I had feared my entire life was nothing but an average, humdrum, harmless little suburban house. Gleefully negotiating the country roads and then motorway, finally I made it to the city. Gradually, the streets began to take on a familiar appearance. Memories of playing in that neighborhood came flooding back to me. A play park with my favorite slide, an ash pitch where we used to play football, my schoolyard filled with hide and seek and friendships long since abandoned, but never forgotten. My mind wandered through those memories like a prodigal son walking home. Wandered so much that before I realized it, I was pulling into the street where I had once lived. The road was long and disappeared far into the distance, finally entering into a sharp, blind turn. It was an old neighborhood and had been planned and built long before the advent of the car. This was evident by the narrowness of its roads, creating a strangely claustrophobic feeling, as if the houses on each side rose up, leering at passers-by. I slowed my speed and cast my eye over each house that I passed. It was a uniform place, with every house looking not dissimilar. My heart suddenly began to beat faster as a cold chill crawled up my spine. There it was. There was the house. It was late afternoon, and the street was quiet, almost lonely. I stared at the little place, wondering how such an ordinary home could have instilled so much fear in me. Oh, hello. At Sal03, '03 in Shadow Lord Kale, welcome. Thank you so much for the follows. Hope you enjoy your stay. I had initially intended to only look at the house from afar, confirming it to me as a material construction, entirely explicable and removed from anything uncanny. But as I part, I took a deep breath, and before I knew it, I was out of my car, walking towards that old metallic gate, its once broad floral shapes now darkened by aged, flaking deep green paint, revealing nothing but rust beneath. I ran my fingers over its uneven top, and with a subtle gasp, I pushed it open. Walking along the path as I was shocked at how disused the garden was. I thought to myself how much of a waste of a good lawn it was, which was all but obscured by a thick mosaic of weeds and other invasive species. As I neared the house, I realized why. It was unoccupied. Once again, a shudder crept through me, but as my anxiety rose up, I crushed it with my rational mantra. The simplest of explanations is usually the correct one. I assumed that due to the current economic climate that the house had probably just been on the market for some time, and that the owner wasn't too aware of the old sentiment that the first bite is with the eye. Oh my god. But as I looked around, I could see no for sale sign, nor one to let. It genuinely seemed as though this house had been forgotten, abandoned, and left to rot. The windows at the front of the house were filthy and as such, almost impossible to see through. But as I wandered around to the back of the building, I could see more clearly inside. I would have imagined that a house such as this one would be empty, but on the contrary, it was entirely occupied by the trappings of a modern life. I could see a television sitting in the living room corner, a coffee table with magazines strewn across it, various pieces of furniture sitting as if ready to be used, and a couple of coffee cups sitting on the windowsill still full, covered in mold. I would have thought the house was lived in if it was not for a thick layer of dust lying over everything, accompanied by the occasional spider's web. It seemed as though the most recent occupants had left in a hurry and never returned. Clambering through a sea of waist-high grass and bushes, I eventually arrived at that innocuous little window at the back of the house. The very sight of it frightened me, but this was mere memory and not the strange feeling of being watched from within as I had experienced as a child. Peering in, the room looked eerily familiar. I suppose there is little that can be done with a room so small, so oddly narrow. But through the dirt-covered glass, the room looked almost unchanged from when I had slept in it. A bed, a set of drawers, and what looked like an assortment of toys on the floor. A profound sense of anger washed over me momentarily, but I shook it quickly from my mind. The room was clearly that of a child's, and the thought of that thing harming another innocent filled with me contempt for such thought. and within me swelled the desire to protect any child from such an abomination. As I gazed at that wall, of which a bed lay alongside it, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. For a moment, and it was for only the slightest, I thought I saw the blanket on top of the bed move. More than that, through that window pane, I could have sworn I heard a wheezing gasp. Closing my eyes tightly, I repeated another scientific mantra. A science does not owe its depth to imagination. Opening my eyes, I saw nothing but an empty bedroom. No foul spirits, no unearthly things, just a room, no more, no less. I breathed a sigh of relief as if that all was well with the world for the first time in many days. You may think that it was wishful thinking, but I genuinely felt that I had shown myself that there was nothing to be scared of other than my overactive imagination. It was starting to get dark and I wanted to be home before the night. Filled with confidence now that my anxieties were behind me, there was one last thing I needed to do. When we had left that house, we did so in a hurry. As a child, it was disorientating, even frightening to leave everything I knew behind. But there was one thing left, which I always wondered about. At the bottom of the garden stood a sycamore tree, which looked to be even older than the house. I was amazed at how unchanged it was. I had grown up, gone on to pastures new, but the old sycamore still stood, wise, warm, almost friendly in its appearance. I think it's a rite of passage for any child to have a place to hide things. It's often their first experience with independence, something removed from any authority figure. For me, my stash was halfway up the old sycamore. I'm sure I must have looked like a fool, but I happily and gleefully climbed the tree with abandon. The configuration of the branches had changed in places, but overall, the happy memories of playing amongst the limbs of the old sycamore, of having a little piece of the world to myself, away from everyone else, seemed vivid, as it was remarkable how much remained unchanged. Hello, welcome. A dark Exodia. Oh, Exodia. Wait, like Yu-Gi-Oh Exodia? Welcome, thank you so much for the follows. Also, hello AlexGamer23. I only speak English and Korean, I apologize. My first time in the stream, I love the vibe. Ah, I'm doing great. Great, I'm glad you're enjoying. We're doing a Creepypasta reading today for ASMR. Halfway up, I caught my breath and smiled to myself. In the central trunk of the tree lay a hollow. Whether it had been created by an animal, or perhaps the tug of a gale on a weakened branch long ago, I do not know. But it was there I kept things. If I found something which I was sure it would be taken from me for being inappropriate, into the hollow it would go. The truth is, though, that the majority of the items inside were not very interesting, mostly just toys and rarely exotic pieces of contraband like a slingshot or some smoke bombs. It had no reason to hide the toys. I had no reason to hide the toys. But when I was young, it felt adventurous to have a secret. The hollow was dark and filled halfway with rotting leaves, no doubt deposited there from countless autumns. Nevertheless, I reached deep inside to see what remained. I couldn't believe it. I had found a toy that had hidden there before we moved, all those years ago. I could feel the plastic in my hand, its sharp edges unmistakable, but the leaves and darkness of the hollow obscured its view from me as I struggled to remove it from the thick, wet mixture of rotting leaves and rainwater. It seemed to be caught amongst a collection of small twigs. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Dark. Thank you. Getting so much chills as I'm. Just cover yourself in the blankie. Wrap in the blankie, and just look at me. Just look at me while you listen. It'll be all okay. It'll be okay, Tini. The reason I was so excited was that I knew when we moved that I had left one of my favorite toys behind. A small plastic First World War British soldier. It may now sound like much, but I had grown up on my family stories of my grandfather's adventures during both wars, and while he had passed away before I was born, I would often act out exaggerated versions of the stories with this small soldier in the role of the hero, my intrepid grandfather. At the time, I thought a hollow a perfect hiding place for a soldier. My delight, however, quickly turned to horror. I felt sick to my stomach, for as I pulled the soldier out, I realized it was not my toy, but something else entirely. Stuffed into the back of the hollow amongst the sludge, and now in my hand, was the skeletal remains of a small animal. The bones crunched together in my grip as the few small flakes of hair and flesh left on it putrefied between my fingers. I almost lost my balance as the rotten and potent smell of death escaped through my moist grasp, invading my senses. Hello, Ezra, welcome. I climbed back down carefully, dejected. There was nothing else in the hollow. My toy was gone. Probably taken by another child during the subsequent years. What remained of the poor animal I buried under some loose earth in the garden. I left that place immediately. Despite my unfortunate encounter in the hollow, I still felt empowered. That I had actually plucked up the courage to revisit that place, to see how ordinary it really was, made me feel in control once more of my faculties. I did not at that time require anything other than a conventional explanation. I said goodbye to the old neighborhood and to that bad memory once and for all, and began to make my way home. By the time I had driven onto the motorway, something had begun to filter through from the back of my subconsciousness. At first, I disregarded it, dismissing it as my imagination. But as the sun shone its last and dipped below the horizon, I sensed the growing of a compulsion in me. An idea which seemed to have been born and nurtured for no good reason. No rationale, no sound casual footing, but one which had been followed at all cost. I must get home. I increased my speed, zipping sporadically between the slower cars on the motorway, looking in the rear-view mirror, keeping an eye on what might be following. I had to get home. Again, I drove faster constantly, looking behind as if racing some unseen pursuer. 70, 80, 100 miles per hour. I tore along the road. I beeped, I yelled. The sweat lashed off of me. What was happening to me? Please, just let me go home. White-knuckled, I finally made it off the motorway and onto the country roads, which would lead directly to my town. The roads were narrow and wound around the now bleak and ominous countryside. Darkness seemed to blanket the road in front of me. I turned my full beam on and breathed a sigh of relief to see a bright light again, even if artificial. The manic anxiety which had seemed to grip me on the motorway appeared to have diminished. However, I still glared into the rearview mirror more often than I should have, just to make sure that there was nothing following me. What a ridiculous thought, to think of something chasing my car, to put myself and others in danger by speeding down a busy motorway. Madness! Still, madness or not, I had felt compelled to get away as quickly as possible, and even though I had managed to collect my nerves, the loneliness of the road I was on, fueled by my yearning for my own town, my own street, my own bed. Nervously, I traversed the web-like winding roads which seared through the countryside, feeling unrelieved at the first sign of a lamppost, of civilization, and of the boundaries of my town. I pulled up outside of my house, switching the engine off, and sat for a moment in silence. I had to stop all of this nonsense. Things coming out of walls, watchers smothering me at night, looking into someone's window like a prowler. All of this was lunacy. Tomorrow, I would start afresh. No more writing about my childhood experiences. No more reliving of dread-filled thoughts. Just getting back to normal, carrying out my work, spending time with my girlfriend, and most of all, reaffirming my belief, faith, and confidence in science and rationality. Then the thing in the back leaned over, grabbed me by the shoulder, and breathed a foul, rancid breath from deep inside its lungs down the back of my neck. I scrambled for the door, my arms flailing around, looking for the lock. Fear possessed me, shook me, a fear I remembered all too well, a fear from all those years ago, lying awake at night in that sickening room. The inside of the car had grown much colder, but that was nothing compared to the icy fingers burrowing down my shoulder. I honestly thought I was going to die, that this thing would finally get its way after all this time. The door handle popped in my panicked grip and I fell out of the driver's seat onto the pavement. For the briefest of moments, I thought I caught a glimpse of something in the back seat. Vague, the form of an old man, yet twisted and distorted, grinning from ear to ear. Luckily, there was no one around, as had there been, I found to have appeared a mad fool, for the car was empty. I grabbed the keys from the ignition and booted the door shut with my foot, locking it for the night. Creator7, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. I staggered down the path into my house. I'm not going to lie to you, but I drank myself to sleep that night. You may recall that I said I had evidence, actual physical evidence of something unnatural. You might be wondering what that evidence is. Well, I could say that it was the marks on my shoulder that made me shudder with fear. Or I could tell you that my bedroom window, lying prized open this morning by what looked like claw marks, has left me dreading tonight or any other. But no, none of that scared me as much as what I saw today upon waking. Sometimes, the most frightening of messages are the most simple. For lying on my chest as I awoke this morning was a toy soldier. The soldier I had hidden in that hollow all those years ago returned to me as an adult, bitten in half. That's the end of the part 3. And we still have part 4. Ow. Thank you, let me hydrate. Oh. Another part? Yes, there's more. You're not going anywhere. You gotta listen to it all. We gotta know how it descends. Welcome back, Cookies. Freed for now, welcome back. So maybe the house party. Oh. Let's see. How many stories have we gone through? This is the 3rd story, but it's a really long one. And we're now at the part 4 of the story. This is, I think, this one is the most creepiest one that we've read tonight. Like actual one that's like actually giving me chills as I'm reading. Okay. Part 4. Something wicked this way comes. Last night was the most heart-wrenching and frightening of my life. So much so that I can barely bring myself to contemplate it. By now, I will have submitted what occurred during my visit to that cursed place I once called home. A visit which heralded the return of my childhood fears. No matter what foul thing befell me then, nothing could have prepared me for last night. After waking up to the chilling After waking up to the chilling sight of that toy soldier, bitten in half, I found that the window to my bedroom was slightly ajar. On closer inspection, it looked entirely as if the window had been prized open from outside. The latches were bent back, out of position, as if subjected to an unrestricted, unbound brute force. From the outside looking in, I could see 3 indentations where the unwelcomed housebreaker had used some kind of tool to leverage the window unnaturally away from its latch. What was peculiar about those markings was that they seemed to cut across the outside of the window frame like an old uneven razor, unlike a crowbar or other implement which would have merely left a dent where it had been used as a wedge to force the window open. Nothing had been stolen, and I attempted to rationalize the markings on the window as human-made and not claw-like as they appeared to be. The toy soldier returned to me so violently I could not explain. My heart sank at the very thought of it. I knew it was a message, but it seemed to me to be more of a twisted joke, announcing the arrival of my childhood predator, rather than something to be puzzled over or interpreted. I spent the morning checking each room of my house and its contents. Nothing was missing. I could only hope that whatever that fiend had been in the back seat of my car the previous night, that it had only wished to frighten me one last time and then be on its way. Perhaps its reach would be weakened so far from my childhood bedroom. It is all too easy for any sane person to persuade themselves that a traumatic event is something more benign. But in this instance, I could not. That broken toy was not a mere joke, but a promise. A promise that it would return for what I did not wish to know. My thoughts naturally tumbled inwards and back to those terrifying nights I had as a child. I was now reintroduced to the apprehension of bedtime, the longing for the day, and the anxiety of night. Like an old and restless enemy, my fear grew throughout the day, festering inside of me, leading to strange and ominous thoughts about the consequences of unwittingly bringing that thing home. Do not misunderstand me. My fear was not simply for my own safety. As a child, I believed that my nightly visitor was transfixed and consumed by wanting me, but I did not feel that my loved ones were in any danger. This, however, has changed. I did worry. This time, I did feel nothing but fear for my loved ones, because you see, I did not live alone. My girlfriend and I moved in together over 2 years ago. I have caused enough damage now that I do not wish to speak her name, and will simply refer to her as Mary. Mary and I had a happy existence, and in fact, we were very much in love. This coming Christmas morning, I was going to propose to her, but that beautiful moment has now been bitterly taken away from me by that rancid abomination. I knew that Mary would be home that evening. She works in events and promotion as a result is often away from home for days at a time, traveling around the country, coordinating various conferences and exhibitions. I do not complain about this, as she and I both know that I am a solitary character, and that the odd few days of solitude normally do me good, allowing me to dive headlong into my writing. absorbing each and every word undisturbed. Hello, Axis. Wow, welcome. Despite this, I always miss her, and with the events of the past week, reliving those torturous nights and then allowing them to return, I had missed her far more acutely than I had ever previously done so. She arrived at around 6 p.m., and I greeted her with a smile, a warm embrace, and a passionate kiss. I tried to hide my perturbed state of mind from her, but Mary knows me better than anyone I have ever met, and immediately inquired, "What's wrong?" I tripped and fumbled through my words as I explained to her that I had written a story about my childhood, and that exploring those dark and twisted memories had left me distraught. Mary was an incredibly caring nature, and she had immediately laid her suitcase and bags on the floor, sat me down on our couch, and with her soft and gentle way, asked me to talk about the whole ordeal. But I couldn't. I couldn't mention this thing, this wretch which had now found its way to our home. An invisible and twisted invader, which had been led there by my idiotic curiosity. At the time, I felt that she would think me mad. But now, how I wish I had told her the truth. If there is one thing more damaging to a relationship than a lie, it is a half-truth. Not because it is deceitful, but because it is a corruption of the truth, perverted and abused to suit the teller's needs. I told her my half-truth. I told her about my story, that of the thing in the narrow room and the watcher at the end of my bed. But that is where the truth ended and the lie began. I deliberately and deceitfully mentioned that it was of course just my imagination as a child, and neglected to talk of my experience of returning to the scene of those depraved crimes. Knowing that she would see the damaged window latch and claw marks, I spun my web as I told a grand tale about waking up to a burglar attempting to break into our house and having to chase them away. I was quite the hero. I lied to her, and she showed me great sympathy and kindness for my deception. I was embarrassed by the truth then, and I am ashamed of my lie now. If I had been truthful, then perhaps we could have faced this menace together. But instead, that thing took advantage of my dishonesty and put a wedge between us. The events of last night desecrated the most important thing in the world to me. Nighttime arrived in all of its bleakness and was unwelcome. I lay in the darkness, waiting. Mary was sound asleep next to me, each breath a soothing reminder of companionship. But despite my growing aversion to loneliness, I would have no sleep that night. I knew from experience that when my uninvited guest would show itself, it would do so with subtlety, increasing its grip on me with each visitation, as if requiring time to build up its strength. A leech feeding on my fear for succor. My nerves kept on me and kept me on edge. We fought back the oncoming onslaught of sleep admirably. In the end, though, biology won, and as my bedside clock lumbered towards 4 a.m., sleep took me. The relaxing blanket of nightly oblivion, anxiety washed away, my worries a distant memory, sinking deeper into the soft mattress below, and finally into a long sought-for rest. Sleep, no matter how deep, is rarely all-encompassing. For as I hovered over the cusp of a dream, something began to bother me. Something invasive, yet distant. I slowly opened my eyes and allowed them to adjust to the darkness. Mary lay soundly asleep, and I calmed myself by listening to her breathing in the night. Inhale was followed by exhale, again and again, rhythmically, hypnotically. I began to drift towards sleep once more. But no, there it was. Something else, distinct yet undefinable. It was distant, out of the way, almost obscured or smothered as if coming from behind something. I strained my ears in an attempt to define it, but it was all too quiet. I remained in the bed for several more minutes, but with each passing second, that almost inaudible sound grated on me, like a broken glass on a raw nerve. Sleep was now abandoned, and with much frustration, I decided to reluctantly investigate the source of the noise. I sat up in the bed and listened intently. It was unlike any other sound I had ever heard. Quiet, low, but as my mind adjusted to the noise, I slowly began to piece its nature together. It was most certainly obscured by something, but the closest thing I could relate it to was a repetitive murmur. I heard something similar previously when I was a child visiting my grandmother in a nursing home, a place which had left an impression on me. Seeing the wandering residents confused and of a fractured mind, meandering around the grounds like lost inmates, murmuring repetitively to themselves of days gone past, repeating nonsensical phrases and words. This is what it reminded me of. A continuous stream of indecipherable words uttered by someone in the throes of confusion. I turned to check on Mary, watching her chest rise and fall with each breath. Assured that she was undisturbed, I left the bed. As I stood up, I recognized immediately that the murmuring was louder. While dark, I had left a light on in the hall, as I always do, which crept onto the door and allowed me to view the room in a dim but visible way. Hi, Realistic, welcome. I looked around to see if anything was out of place, but the room appeared as expected. My mind ambled back to that night as child in the second room, when noises could be heard from someone seen, yet ever-present menace. I took a step forward, and as I did, so the noise once again grew in volume. While I was still at a loss in deciphering the words, I could now hear the character of the voice. It was old, scratched by age, with a harsh, guttural undertone to it. The words were being repeated at a frantic pace and seemed anxious, yet muffled by some unknown barrier. I was frightened, but I drew strength from Mary being in the room, and with a deep breath filled with trepidation, I took another slow and silent step forward, my bare feet cushioned by the cold floor below. Again, the voice became louder. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, but I could have sworn that it had become more agitated as I drew closer. The next step I took shook me to my very core, for as that murmuring, garbled voice grew louder still, amongst the rambling, gravelled sound of it, I heard a word which shot an icy shudder through my bones, a word to be feared. It spoke my name. Dear God, it knew my name. To me it was as if knowing who I was somehow endowed that thing with an unlimited reach, that I may never be rid of it, that it could kill me at any moment. Something suddenly caught my eye, of movement accompanied by a ruffle of cloth. I knew now where that rhythmic, agitated voice originated. I knew now why it was muffled and difficult to decipher. I could now see it, only a few feet in front of me, standing behind the closed curtains. The moon was in its ascendancy outside, and while its glimmer could not entirely penetrate the thick cloth, it could barely and faintly outline the thing watching between my window and the curtains. I cannot now convey the strangeness which then overcame me. My anxiety and terror had heightened, but an unusual compulsion, an untimely sense of purpose took me over. I had to see what it was. I took another tentative step forward towards the curtains. They swayed slightly, as if caught by a breeze. I could not tell whether the movement had been caused by myself or the hand of that thing hiding behind a shroud of cloth. I was now close enough to hear its labored breathing, the displacement of fluid at the back of its throat palpable, with each inhalation. This was it. I was going to confront this monstrosity from my past, this tormentor of children, this coward. Raising my right hand slowly, I accidentally touched the fabric of the curtain, causing a subtle ripple which parted them momentarily. I gasped, for through that temporary slit, only for a moment, I saw it. My God, how can I describe what was standing there? Even now, I close my eyes and wish that I could erase it from my memory. It shivered and shook as it continued to murmur, repeating some indecipherable phrase, sounding like a bizarre mixture of numerous languages. It emaciated skin stretched over an unnatural frame of brittle and prominent bones, vertebrae, ribs, and other inner workings almost protruding through its paper-thin, pale, languidly pink, and almost bruised-looking husk. As malnourished as it appeared, the stomach was distended in places, and its bony appearance did nothing to diminish the feeling that it was capable of exerting itself with brute, perverted force on any of its victims. Sickness swelled in my stomach, a tainted, offensive smell filled with air, and as it murmured and whispered in the darkness through what sounded like broken, fractured teeth, I could not help but feel pity for this wretch, quivering in the night as a victim of a long starvation. I quickly came to my senses and realized this thing was not to be pitied but feared, not to be understood but exposed. It was not shivering because it was cold. It was shaking with excitement, like a drug addict anticipating their next dose. Standing there contemplating what I had just seen between the curtains, I once again prepared myself to remove its shrouded cloth protection and to reveal it for what it was: a cold-hearted vandal, a prowler of the worst kind, a deviant festering in its own delectation. Oh, welcome, Charlie Berries. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Also, hello, Manowar. Welcome. As I once again raised my hand to draw the curtain, something caught my attention. Its incessantly confused, gravelly, and inarticulate whispers squeezed through that broken mouth and uttered the 3 most terrifying words I had ever heard. Look behind you. A cold breath slid down the back of my neck. Momentarily, I froze, but love is a powerful motivator. I had been on my own, fear would have taken me, shaking any possibility of resistance from my mind. But with Mary sleeping soundly in the same room as that thing, shielding someone I loved from that wretch was my only thought. I turned around slowly, and as I did so, I could hear it wheezing, gasping, groaning for air. At a quarter turn, I could smell its breath. The stench of death hung in the air, plague-like and foul. Then I heard another voice. It was not that horror in the darkness, but Mary. She let out a scream which startled and distressed me to my very core. A scream which will haunt me for the rest of my days. I turned quickly and laid eyes on it, but it wasn't behind me. It was on the bed. It writhed and rasped, wheezing in delight. Its bony spine curved with the anguish of countless years protruding through a ragged, torn piece of cloth which hung loosely over its torso in a vain attempt to appear almost human. Was it a human? Had it once been a human? Or was it something So vile, so despicable, so utterly and sorrowfully contemptible that no man or woman could ever attempt to quantify or understand it. I sprung forward towards it, grabbing, hitting, pulling at that thing with every ounce of my strength, its loose skin slipping through my hands. It squeezed and forced Mary's face into her pillow with glee, as its other limbs arched and contorted, tearing out her nightdress, running its long, starved fingers over her naked body with its sordid caress. Mary's screams were muffled by the pillow as I began to fear that she was being suffocated. I shouted, I yelled, I pleaded with that thing to leave her alone, to take me, to do anything it wanted. But that only served to animate the fiend to even greater depths of depravity. It was hurting her, cutting her, my beautiful Mary. Suddenly, it stopped attacking her, but it still kept one of its brittle, gangly, and gaunting yet weighted hands on the back of Mary's head, pushing her face further into her pillow. I had my hands around its putrid neck, trying as best as I could to strangle the beast, but my efforts were in vain. Its scrawny frame belied its overpowering strength. I watched in sickly disbelief as it began to run its cadaverous fingers through Mary's hair, slowly and almost with affection. I could now hear the twisting and cracking of bone, the popping of cartilage, the snapping of tendons. Thank God it was not coming from Mary. I was now on its back with my arm wrapped around its throat and my chin rubbing against the abrasive skin of its shoulder. As its spine dug sharply into my stomach, it twisted its head in an entirely inhuman way. Its neck clicked and groaned under the strain with every arthritic movement, as if hindered by 1,000 years of rigor mortis. It was now looking at me. I have heard it often said of some people that they cannot see the forest for the trees, but now I truly appreciate that sentiment. So close was I to its black, icy stare that I could not take its surrounding features. I increased my grip. I swore. I screamed. I would have torn its throat out if I could have. But it was all in vain, as it continued to run its scrawny fingers through Mary's hair nonchalantly while looking at me. I don't think I will ever truly recover from the sound which seeped out through what I assumed to be its approximation of a grin, a wheezing sigh, a grunt, something which sounded very close to its sinister, otherworldly laugh. Hello, Pimpits, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you for the follow. As its face touched mine, its eyes stared deep into me. Not even my reflection was returned. 2 looking glasses into a sanctuary for the dark, devoid of light, happiness, and love. It was staring as if it wished to say something, as if it was trying to communicate a simple idea to me. malice. With a wrenching, stuttered and violent movement, it tore an entire fistful of hair from Mary's head, leaving behind it an open wound. Then it was gone. Mary did not scream. She merely whimpered. I turned the bedside lamp on, but no words of care or sympathy could console her. She wept uncontrollably. The bed was soaked in blood, which had seeped out from the numerous scratches on her back, and the large cut where an entire section of her hair had been. I hugged her, told her that everything would be all right. Then she looked at me. Looking at her tear-filled eyes, I knew what she thought immediately. She thought I had attacked her, that I had done those terrible things to her. Of all the experiences I've had, the look of betrayal, disgust, and contempt on Mary's face will remain the most painful. She is gone. After composing herself, she gathered up some things and left. I tried to explain. I tried to tell her everything that had been happening, but she would not listen. Who would believe such a preposterous story? She simply said that she would not call the police, but that if I ever attempted to contact her, she would do just that. To her, I was the aggressor, not that thing. As she left, she turned to look at me one last time, and then burst into tears. I know now that I have lost her forever. The woman I love more than anything on this earth thinks I am a violently hideous human being. If only she could understand that whatever did this, that it was not human, and if it ever was, it had long since abandoned that nature. It was 5 a.m. when Mary left me. It's 9 a.m. now. I am sitting here in the cold light of day at my kitchen table, writing this so that there is some record of what had transpired, so that people know, so that Mary knows, that whatever happens, whatever occurs from here on in, that it was that despicable creature from my childhood, from that cursed narrow room all those years ago, which rained this misery down upon me, upon us. I must now dispense with this sentiment. I could easily sit here mourning the loss of my relationship with Mary, or I could allow myself to overcome with fear, to do nothing. But that simply will not do. I can hear the laughter of my neighbor's children outside. At different stages in my life, I remember that same feeling of joy and happiness from something as simple as playing with friends, or climbing a tree, or kissing the woman you love, or even drifting off to sleep at bedtime to dream of what could be, and the safety of a happy family home. Memories, only memories. I fear I will never experience that happiness again. This thing has broken me, but I am resolute. Whatever that hideous wretch has in store, whatever it desires to do with me, I will not allow that thing to harm another person, or to invade another child's life, as it did mine all those years ago. I must leave you all now, as there is much to be done before it gets dark, before it returns. My plans are made, and with any luck, they will succeed. I wish I could say we will speak again, but I think that is unlikely. I hope you understand what must be done. Because tonight, I'm going to kill it. Okay, that was part 4. We still have another part. There's part 5. He's gonna kill the thing. Also, thank you for the follow, Axel. He's gonna kill it. I hope he kills it. This thing is a menace. 글쎄요, 정말 이중인 격자인가? 남자가 그냥 머릿속에 다 자기 그냥 뭐라고 해야 되나? It's all in your head. kinda 그런 거? He could be bipolar. Maybe it's all in his head. Who knows? Like Gibson Offender said, maybe he's bipolar or has the personality disorder. Who knows? Hello, Kitten Milk. Welcome. Hello. Okay. 어떻게 머리끈을 다시 닮아갔어. Okay, next chapter. Part 5. Sleep tight. Okay, actually I think this might be it. Might be the last one. I am shaking as I write this. I was released by the police less than 2 hours ago, and I am compelled to record the events of the past day and night as quickly and as accurately as possible. In some ways, I want to forget, but I know that I cannot. I know that I should not. For my own sanity, I must divulge what has happened. It is far too important. Should I ever allow myself to be swayed by the mechanical, rational nature of the world once again? These words should serve to remind me that what is unseen is both mysterious and frightening. Take care. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'll hope to see you next time. Bye-bye. After Mary left, I knew that I had lost her forever. But rather than be consumed by depression and inaction, I was invigorated by one purpose, by one thought, by one idea that I knew I had to carry out. I had to destroy that thing, for I could not allow the chance that it may one day hurt my loved ones or desecrate the innocence of another child. 오리백숙 조아님 어서오세요. 팔로우 감사합니다. I also knew that I faced death, but feeling that I had already lost everything, that was a small price to pay. It is said that revenge is a dish best served cold, but having waited my entire adult life to be rid of this thing, its memory, and the shadow that it had cast upon me, I met the proposition of killing its fiend, this corrupt and perverted force, with a smile on my face. That night, it would be dead, even if I had to drag it to hell with me. Busying myself for the next few hours, I packed a bag and wrote a letter to Mary and my family explaining what had happened and that they weren't to blame. I phoned my mother and father, then my brother, just to hear their voices one last time. But I did not let on that I thought I may never speak to them again. My mother's intuition led her to ask if everything was all right. I smiled and told her I loved her before reluctantly saying goodbye. At about 7 o'clock, I made my way out the car. The sun had already set and the streets seemed eerily quiet, as if the scene of an unattended funeral. I sat in the driver's seat, leaving the door on the other side open, awaiting my most unwelcome passenger. Oh, hello! Welcome to CuteCat11238. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. By 9 o'clock, nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The place remained deserted, and the cold night air flowing through the open door was beginning to bite. As I sat there, contemplation echoed through my mind. I ruminated on the nature of this cadaverous parasite. One question rose out of a sea of thoughts, towering above all else, unmoving and continuous. Can you kill something which is already dead? I did not know if this was a thing of the grave, or some unworldly specter which could be considered alive in some way. But just as I was reevaluating my plan, there I was. It was a subtle at first, but there was a small, almost indistinguishable shift in the suspension of the car. Had it been any other circumstance, I would have put this down to a gust of wind pushing and pulling at the chassis, but I was all too familiar with that feeling from all those years ago, as the bunk bed would shift slightly with that thing climbing into the bottom bed. I knew its foul calling card. The air grew denser, as if contaminated by some nearby corpse. We're doing good today, cute cat. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Also, Nacho Moon and Nafiri the cutie. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follows. Hope you enjoy your stays. It was in the car with me. Unseen, yes, but there nonetheless. As I heard the slightest of whispered breaths from the back seat, I leaned over and calmly closed the passenger door. I turned the key in the ignition, and as I pulled out of the street, I could have sworn I heard a quiet, yet distinctly malicious snigger, as of something mocking me. Did it know what I had planned for it? Our destination was not far, but the roaming hills through which our taken country road penetrated rose up and diminished with regularity, a stark reminder of the ominous isolation of night. Occasionally on the way, I could hear something from behind, but I refused to look for that thing in the dark. Patience. It would not be long before I would confront it. The irony hit me. I was worried about scaring off the same thing which had terrified and tortured me as a child. I had to be resilient, and so drove carefully and calmly through the countryside, swamped by darkness, hoping that my unearthly passenger would not suspect me. I arrived. The wheels of the car struggled and slid on the undergrowth as I headed off the narrow country road. The landscape had opened up, and as I looked at the broken and rotting trees around me, I felt that it was fitting to come to this bleak place in the cold night to destroy that bleakest of things. The land suddenly came to an abrupt end. A cliff edged out from an old quarry, looking deep into the black waters of the lake below. The cliff edge was relatively flat and had in fact at one time housed a road which had subsided into the lake decades earlier. The local kids would tell stories about the vengeful ghosts of those killed during the subsidence, but they were just stories. Or perhaps they weren't. In the past, I would have disregarded such tales, but who would believe mine if I told it to them now? I switched the engine off and parked several meters away from the cliff edge, switching off any lights and composing myself for what to come. I sat in that car for what seemed like a lifetime, the only company given to me by the occasional splash of water against the cliff below. I waited. This thing was smart. Of that, there was no doubt. It had toyed with me, relishing the pain and torment it had caused as only something of a coldly frozen intellect could. For this reason, I knew it would suspect me, and perhaps even flee if I brought the car too close to the cliff's edge. I had to wait for it to attack. Let it feed. Let it revel and gorge itself on me. Perhaps then it would not notice as I slowly plunged the car into that dark, icy water below. I was going to drown this bastard. I had appraised the potential consequences in my head and reasoned that there would be a singular moment, where I would have a slim opportunity to escape from the car just before it reached the edge. Mary and I used to go there occasionally, a place to be together away from everything else, and it did not look nearly as dark during a summer's day. I, therefore, had the place in mind and knew it well. The drop was at least 30 feet to the depths below, and I did not want to be in that car as it hit the water, nor trapped inside with that abomination. I waited. Then I heard it, slowly at first, and then increasing its rate and volume, a rasping, wheezing breath from behind. Strangely, it sounded more labored than before. Each breath was a struggle, filled with fluid, rotten and decayed. A shiver ran up my spine. A rank, foul smell began to fill the air. The breath drew closer from behind. My heart began to race, beating hard and fast as I looked up and saw the wide screen begin to ice up from inside. A windscreen. I could see my breath, a natural thing indeed, but what was unnatural was the breath visibly moving across my face to the side. I turned slowly. I wanted to cry. I wanted to leave, run into the night, but I had to stay. I could not allow it to escape. It was sitting in the passenger seat. I was staring at it, and it at me, hunched over, covered by darkness, contorted, gaunt, hands seized, as if fighting rigor mortis. It slowly moved towards me. One bony leg cracked and groaned as it slid over my lap and onto the other side. Oh God, it was sitting on me. It pulled itself in close to me, and through a shard of light provided by the moon, I saw its face. Skin hung from its jagged features. Glassy eyes stared deep into me as its grin spread up through its face, unnaturally wide as the result of its half-rotten flesh, exposing the rotten muscles, broken teeth, and sinews of its rancid smile beneath. Pulling closer, it opened its mouth, revealing a wet and putrid tongue which could be seen through part of its missing jaw. Wheezing, breathing heavily, a foul stench which stung my eyes and filled my mouth elicited a response from me as I retched, my body attempting to expel its poisonous fumes. And as I did so, it stopped for a moment and cackled to itself, happy, content. Staring into its icy cold eyes, it yet gave the impression of an afflicted and increasingly weak old man. It was still incredibly strong, but it seemed as though it had lost some of its potency. Perhaps leaving that elongated room has somehow affected it. Its long protruding fingers caressed my face, and then, as a show of intent, it stuck one of them deep into my shoulder. I screamed as it bent and twisted inside of me, the rotting fiend moving its finger to cause the maximum amount of damage and pain that it could. As it did, so its other hand slid down against my body. It touched me. It was time. With my free arm, I turned on the ignition, and though my shoulder was still pinned to the seat, I managed to fight through the pain, put the car into the gear, and took off as fast as I could. The creature flailed and screamed. It attempted to climb over me into the back seat, but I held on with all of my strength, the thoughts of what it did to Mary enough to fuel my rage. We raced towards the edge of the cliff, and I eyed the driver's door frantically. As we neared our icy plunge, I screamed in anger at its festering, rancid face and pushed it off of me. It scrambled into the back seat for a dear life as I scrambled for mine by unlocking the car door. It was too late. The car careered over the cliff face, and before I knew it, we hit the dark water, splitting the black glass-like surface with tremendous force. I should have died then, but an airbag took the brunt of my impact, although I still managed to scrape my head across the door frame. Dazed, I looked around. The sound that I heard coming from that thing was malformed, yet familiar. The sequel of some demonic child soon gave way to the anguish and rage of an ancient intelligence, which knew that it faced almost certain death. The water was frozen and poured in through the now twisted open car door with such force that it winded me. I gasped for air as my unwilling prey now did. It writhed and twisted as it looked for an exit. Spying the open door, it pulled itself through the water towards me. I curled up my fist and smashed it. I smashed into that thing's face. Whoops. Pieces of rotten flesh flaked off under the impact as a dark black liquid oozed from the resulting wound. Again, it attempted to get past me, and I knew that to keep it in that car long enough to drown, that I would have to die with it. I felt numb as the frozen water slipped over my chin. My heart struggled against the cold, and with a sudden surge, I was submerged and had breathed my last. I held my breath, but only to compose and ready myself for an icy, suffocating death. I hoped that it would not be painful. My thoughts returned to Mary and my family. An all-consuming sense of sadness and despair overwhelmed me. But as I struggled with that thing trying to get past me and through the door, grabbing and flailing with its arms, I looked down and saw it. Its leg was trapped between the dashboard and floor of the car by the impact of the fall, and although it could move, it could not leave. I turned immediately for the door. I could barely see but a foot in front of me in that black water, but there was enough moonlight to light my way. Just as I got to the door, the wretch grabbed a hold of me and pulled me back to it. It had given up all hope of escaping, but it wanted to drown me with it. We fought for what felt like an age in that cold, bitter grave as the car slowly sank deeper and deeper into the darkness. I could now feel my body pleading with me to take a breath, to exhale my last gasp of air, then inhale the frozen water. I am happy to say that I used my wits to get out of such a horrible fate. Orienting my body, I pushed my feet against the dashboard with enough force to at last escape its slippery grasp. I do not remember much else, bar the anguish and hate-filled scream that my tormentor let out as I left it to die at the bottom of that icy lake. I found myself walking through the wilderness, cold, wet, but alive. The wound on my shoulder slowed me down, but I kept the bleeding at bay by applying pressure to it with my other hand. It took me 2 hours to walk home, and I am amazed that I did not collapse from exhaustion or hypothermia. When I saw the familiar side of the street that I live on, I was filled with a sense of accomplishment, a sense of pride and triumph. I had beaten that thing once and for all. That it is until I went inside my house and found a trail of large, wet footprints leading from the front door to my bed. Hello, White Feather 7.60, Reina Main, and Elsa here. Elsa here, 23. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follows. Hope you enjoy your stay. We're doing a Creepypasta reading. Disbelief took me. Despair so sharp and so overwhelming that I am unable to convey it with mere words. It was lying in my bed, waiting, a white sheet covering its emaciated body from sight. The human mind is a wonderful thing. Just as you believe your body has reached a level of exhaustion that it cannot recover from, that your emotions are so frayed that you feel you cannot continue. A thought springs as if miraculous from a weary mind. Let it rest for now. I quietly crept through the dark and picked up my wallet, which I had left on a small coffee table in the center of my living room. Leaving the door unlocked, I left to attend to a new plan and returned an hour later. With a moment's preparation, I slipped into the spare room. There I lay in that unsullied bed, waiting. I was sure that this was the end game, that instead of toying with me, it would come for the kill. How it had escaped that watery grave, I did not know. But I would be damned if it would escape again. I could only hope that it would sense me from the other room. I closed my eyes, pretending to be sound asleep. Time lumbered onwards, and although I fought it, exhaustion finally took me, sending me into a deep slumber. I woke with its hands around my neck. It coughed and spluttered on top of me, a rancid black liquid dripping on my face as it oozed from its facial wounds. I struggled, gasping for air and hoping that I had the strength in me to escape its grasp. But it was too strong, and my hands could not grip it with any sense of conviction, as it seemed to be dripping wet from its plunge into the lake. It may not have seemed rational at the time, but as my vision dimmed and the last light of consciousness extinguished within me, I did as so many animals do in their last moments. I played dead. Lying motionless, holding my breath, it shook me violently by the neck and then released me. I waited for a moment, my last chance to destroy this thing. Its labored breathing relaxed slightly and seemed to stare at me almost quizzically. I waited still for a shift of weight which might have let me throw it to the ground. Leaning down close to me, its wide, crumbling sneer puckered, gathering its putrid saliva in its mouth and in what was left of its cheeks. It then showed utter contempt for the living and the dead. It spat its festering fluid onto my face, the remnants dripping down onto me through a hole of its jaw. I wanted to scream, to do anything to remove such a vile smear on my skin, but I had dared to move. The time was not right. Leaning in closer, it prodded and scratched at the wound in my shoulder, the pain shearing through my body. With all of my resistance, I remained motionless. Then it slowly, patiently slid two of its long, distended fingers into my mouth. The taste was overwhelming, rancid, rotten, dead. The arthritic clicking of its knuckles shook my resolve. As it arched its back in glee, it suddenly pushed its fingers deep down in my throat. I gagged in an instinctive reaction. Instead of being shocked, a garbled laugh emanated through its broken teeth as it thrust its fingers deeper into my mouth. I felt its cold, hard flesh scraping against the inside of my throat, pleading without words for it to stop. In our darkest of moments, we sometimes find our true strength. I rolled to my side, using its weight against it, and finally managed to break free. I fell onto the floor, its long reach grasping at my feet. I kicked and screamed, and at last was free. It stared at me, only for a moment. Rising up on top of the bed, its brittle bones cackling under its own force, it now towered tall and gaunt, ready to pounce. Since I was a child, I had been a victim. It had terrorized me, taken my innocence, and attacked Mary and broken my life. I would not stand for it anymore. Sometimes, the most dangerous prey is the one who can outthink you, and one that lulls you into a false sense of dominance or superiority. The one who has conquered any fear of you with a sense of anger and betrayal. It had fallen into my trap, one conceived by logic, reason, and an understanding of the world through the eyes of a scientific mind. Fire cleanses all. As it groaned, shrieked, cracked and contorted, readying itself to pounce, in one swift motion, I removed a blanket from the floor, revealing a bucket filled with gasoline, which I had bought in that short time of preparation. I threw it as hard as I could, the liquid splashing all over that horror and on the bed. It grinned at me, mocking my very existence, making light of my pain and the agony it had caused. From my pocket, I pulled out a lighter, lit it, and threw it onto that wretched thing. It writhed and screamed in agony, parts of its flesh crumbling away, searing into nothing in front of my very eyes. I almost felt sorry for it. Let it burn. The fire got out of hand. Thankfully, a neighbor heard the screams and saw the smoke, calling the fire brigade. I remembered nothing of how I escaped. I spent several hours in hospital being treated for a light smoke inhalation and painful burns to my hands. It still hurts as I type, but as with many superficial wounds, they will heal. Perhaps there will be a few scars, but I can live with that. The police arrested me shortly afterwards, believing me a murderer. They suspect that I killed someone in that fire and find it entirely suspicious that I have a deep wound in my shoulder and scratches over my body. I've been told not to stray afar in case they wish to ask me further questions, but they can ask away. I doubt they'll believe my answers. They found no remains nor any evidence that someone else was there, bar a strange outline of a figure etched deep into the bed and wall. It looked as though whatever had been there attempted an escape, but I do not think it accomplished this. A weight has now been lifted from my shoulders, with one which I now realize was always there, since I was a child in fact. I believe that thing had an effect on me even from distance, and now that it is gone, I feel whole again. I am devastated that I have lost Mary, and my house can be written off as I'll probably be charged with arson after they realize I started the fire, which means I can kiss goodbye to any insurance claim. My hands ache, as does my shoulder, but my spirit does not. I'm writing this from my hotel room. It's a small and unassuming, but it will suit my purpose. Tonight, I intend to sleep and dream, as I did as a child, before that wretch invaded my life. I believe that it was my rationality which saved me. My logical thought would allow me to destroy such an evil. But I will never escape the conclusion that there is much more to life beyond the veil, out there in the darkness. It is a world I have seen and do not care to revisit. But tonight, I will rest, and tomorrow, I will build my life again with the confidence that my unwelcome guest is gone forever. I can feel it. I know it. It will take time for me to adjust, and perhaps my mind will play a trick or two along the way. It is difficult to abandon the paranoia of a lifetime. I must learn to accept my safety once again. I refuse to be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my days, but I will always be cautious, as I was when I was in the hospital this morning, lying on a bed in a quiet ward. I thought I felt the bed shake for the briefest of moments, but I know that it was just my imagination. I am glad I have written down my experiences. It has illuminated much about myself to me, and most importantly, should anyone ever, God forbid, find themselves in a similar situation, then maybe you will know what to do. Now, it is bedtime, and I must rest, for I have never known a weariness such as this. Good night, and sleep tight. That was a long reading. Oh my god. That's the end of the story. 5 different chapters. Holy shit. No, part 6. That was the end. Thank you for hydrating. That was creepy. That was actually one of the best scary stories I've ever read. Really made me picture a lot of stuff as we were reading through. So hello, Pico. Pico 5000. Welcome. Oh my god. Yeah, it was pretty descriptive. You could easily picture a lot of stuff, right? Yeah, 5 different parts. It's like different chapters. Very good. I wonder, though, because you're alone in the basement. I'm sorry. Oh no. Alright, let's change the stuff a little bit. We can chat for a bit, maybe about the story or whatever else. And then let me change off of the scary music. Let me see. YouTube. Alright, let's see. What's the one I was listening to recently? Okay, we can do this one. You'll be okay. I'm gonna stop the song now. Did you guys enjoy the creepypasta reading today? Change the title. There you go. You enjoyed it? That's good. I'm glad. By the way, I heard a loud thump behind my walls. Oh my god, I would be scared too. Like earlier, when I heard that weird sound, I think it was outside of my building while I was reading, I was actually quite scared. Yeah. But yeah, 후들들들 무서웠어요? With this song, we'll do another creepypasta reading in October before the Spooktober is over. 왕치지 쾅쾅쾅. 아 맞다, 왕빵빵님 저기 그 디스코드에 영화 볼 그거 시간대 적어놨는데 한국 채널 그 공지사항에 그 시간 괜찮은지 말씀해주세요. 다음 주 주말하고 그 다음 주 주말. 죄송해요. 지금 봤네. 잡담. 다음 주 시험이라서. 아 그렇구나. 잠깐이라도 오셨으면 좋겠어요. 영화 같이 봐요. The ghost doing some DIY. That was fun. But yeah, okay. For those of you who are here listening to it from the beginning of the story, right? Remember the one he killed off at the end is the first one he's seen from his that one bedroom, right? Like the one that was like coming in out of the walls or whatever with the bed sheets. I think that's the one. But then like, what about the other ghost that he saw in the other room? The one with the armchair. I wonder. The one that kept like breathing into his ears. 여친도 있고 자도 아이고. The story is too passy. But yeah, I wonder what happened to that one then. Was that it? Just after saying please stop, it actually just stopped and left. Is that what it did? Yeah, he killed one. Then there was one more. Like, what happened to that one? Also, at the end, he said he wasn't a word, but then he said I was also in the hotel. Like, where is he at? Like, he's just in a hotel, or is he actually in a word? Because people would think that maybe he's a little cuckoo or whatever it is with his story, so they put him in a word or something. Have a good night now. Thank you so much for tuning in today. See you next time. But yeah. Let's see. Next week ASMR. What should we do? Either I I wanna try triggers again, or conversations with some pop rocks and stuff. Candy. Oh yeah, I do have candy. Like I can do the lollipop stuff too. So when someone redeems the candy redeem next week, if I do the candy ones, then I could do the lollipop toggle too. 밤샜어요. 아마 토요일 밤마다 밤을 샐 것 같아요. 이른 저녁에 잠을 조금 자고 그 다음에 12시에 시작해서 한 2시간대쯤 끝? 시간대가 이 ASMR 하려면 늦은 밤에 해야 돼서 왜냐면 제가 기존에 하던 대로 10시에 하면 저기 서부 쪽이랑 동북 쪽 사람들이 이제 많이 시청을 하는데 서부 쪽 시간이 8시밖에 안 돼요. 보통 사람들이 ASMR 같은 거 들을 때 10시나 12시 한밤중에 이렇게 들으니까. 그래서 여기 중부 시간 10시면은 서부 시간 중부 시간 12시 밤 12시면 서부 시간 밤 10시, 동부 시간 밤 1시니까 딱 맞은 시간. 그래서 토요일은 이제 늦게 자요. 미국은 너무 넓어. I had similar experiences once in this old house I used to live in. Did you ever encountered one? I had moments before where it was what was it? It was a long time ago. Not in my parents' house right now, but in another house I was staying at the time when when I first moved here to the States. We were staying at my mother's friend's house, and I was living in their upstairs, in the attic. Their attic was really nicely, facilitated, where there's living space and all. So there are 2 beds for me and my sister, and it was one night, and I used to read books a lot when I go to sleep, and I had a night light on, and I was reading in my sleep. My sister, not reading in my sleep, I was reading before sleep. My sister was already sleeping on the other bed, and all of a sudden, your head's on your pillow, right? Right next to your ear. You know the scratching sound you can hear on your pillow? I heard something scratching right next to my ear, literally as if someone had a finger right outside of one of my ears and scratched it down the pillow. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I looked around. There's nothing. There was just nothing. I thought maybe a bug fell on it or something. Even then, that's not the sound it would make. But still, I was so confused. I looked around and there was nothing. And I could not go to sleep for the rest of the night. I went over to my sister's bed and I slept with her. But yeah, stuff like that. And as I mentioned earlier, I also had sleep paralysis, which was almost a chronic thing in a good chunk of my life, where I would go to sleep, but I would constantly have these nights where my conscience is awake, but my body is still stuck, and I'm okay, I need to fall back to sleep, or okay, I need to get up, one or the other, right? And fall back to sleep, I couldn't. My mind is just completely awake, so I couldn't. And then I need to get up, moving my body. Also, I could not because my body is still asleep, deep in sleep. And it was so weird. The moment that my mind was thinking that I got up, it as if a time was looping back. I'm oh shit, and in one instant, I'm already laying back in bed. And it's oh, I never got up, almost making me feel I woke up from a dream that I was trying to get up. It was oh shit, okay, I need to get up. And I try to get up, if I finally get up, and then now it's oh shit, I woke up from dream again, in that fucking weird loop. I had those so many times. And then other times where I just like can't move and can't make any sounds out of my voice. I'm just like talking like this, rasping like this. Like it was weird. And I could not make any noise. Trying to like, I don't know, call for help or anything. So I literally laid in bed in still motion where I could not move, but my mind still wide awake and just waiting for hours and hours for it to pass by until I can finally either fall back to sleep or actually wake up. I had those a lot, and some of those moments you would feel pressures on your body, like literally someone's like laying on top of you or pressing down on a part of your body, and it scares the fuck out of you because you try to make any sounds like scream or whatever, but even though your mouth is moving and your throat feels like you're trying to make a sound, like you feel that raspy feeling, but there's actually no tone of your voice coming out of your mouth, and it sucks. And I mentioned this some time ago during a different conversational ASMR, but like one of the worst ones I've had was 2 occasions. One of them I talked about it earlier. So I was sleeping, and I usually sleep with like some sort of light on, whether it's like a night light or like a laptop or computer monitor or a tablet or whatever, some sort of screen playing like a TV show, so I don't feel like I'm alone, and I got some like conversation, like people around me or something. One night I had a tablet on as usual, playing a TV show on Netflix, and I fell asleep, and I woke up from sleep with my mind, just my mind open, and I can see like some features of the room because of the light from the tablet playing the TV show, but I felt something weird and uneasy, like a presence around like my foot area, my legs, and then I was also kind of sleeping on the side, like in a shrimpy way, all curled up. So I'm like trying to move and straighten myself, but I couldn't, and then I keep feeling weird presence, and I open my eyes. Try to open my eyes as much as I can, or it's like in my head I'm thinking that I'm opening my eyes, but I think it's more of like just all in my head kind of thing. Hello Titrina, welcome. Also hi Sam. But like it was also one of those things. Have you ever had those dreams where you can kind of see yourself in the dream, like as if you're watching a show or you're looking down on yourself kind of thing? So it was like that. It was like that for me, as if I was like watching myself, and I saw this weird black figure around the legs and the foot area of where I was laying out on the bed, and they were also laying down, but in a really, really weird circular way as well. And I didn't see the face or anything, and I'm like, okay, this is really creepy. It's like I could see like a dark body figure. Someone called it like kind of like a Slenderman kind of dark body. It was like maybe, but it was just like almost as if like a smudged dark something, like a black hole almost. And I'm trying to get away from it, but as my conscious starting to realize its presence over there, I'm now starting to feel a pressure on my leg, as if it noticed that I noticed it. And it starts squeezing my leg harder and harder, and I'm trying to get out, and then I somehow moved my head a little bit from the point of view that I was watching, and as soon as I moved, that black figure also moved its head and stared directly into my face, like into my eyes, and I tried to scream as best as I could. I could not. I just could not. The only way like I was able to wake up from it, because I was with my ex at the time. My ex woke me up. He was able to wake me up, but he told me what was wrong, what's going on. He said I was like whimpering really bad, like crying, like whimpering, but he didn't hear like a shouting or screaming that I thought in my head I was doing. But apparently, like in real life, I was just crying and whimpering, like trying to say something. And then he woke up and he woke me up. Then I got out of the thing. When I woke up from the whatever that nightmarish thing was, like I didn't see the black figure anymore. The ship was like almost as if it was staring into my soul, but I didn't see it anymore. And the TV show was still there, as if nothing had happened, as if I just had a bad nightmare or something. It was just really bad. 가위 잘 눌려요. 옛날에, 요즘은 안 그런데 옛날에 가위 진짜 많이 눌렸어요. Thank you so much for the follow, Gourmet417. Welcome. Also, hi, Kriko. Sorry I didn't get to greet you earlier while I was reading the Creepypasta. Welcome. Are you perhaps a masochist who enjoys sleep and getting afraid? I am not. No. And then another similar experience was this time I didn't see anything. It was also not even nighttime, it was daytime too. I was napping, but like I had curtains on the window, so it was like kinda sort of dark in the room. But I did that so I can like rest, like shut my eyes and get some nap time. And I woke up shortly after falling asleep, and then once again my body, I couldn't move. This time I was sleeping sort of like straight. My body was kind of laying straight on the bed, and my mind woke up from feeling something from my foot, like from my toes and my entire foot. I'm like, what is that? And then once I started realizing there's something pressing down or holding and grabbing, it started. The weirdest thing was I could feel it crawling slowly up from the foot, like my foot, and then slowly all the way up to my head. Like it's not even like a feeling sweeping through your body. No, it was almost as if there was like not a person, but almost like a dog or a cat that was like, but with like a really heavy weight that was slowly like walking on top of your body and pressing every, like your arms, your legs, your chest, your belly. They started pressing really, really hard as they were getting higher and higher up to my head area. Like, they stopped at the chest and then pressed down really hard as if a cat was like perching on top of your chest when you're laying down. But instead just perching and laying, like they were pressing onto my chest, and I'm like having trouble breathing. And I couldn't say anything, like I couldn't make any sounds out. And then eventually it started putting that pressure on my neck. It was choking me. Like I didn't know what else to do because I thought I was gonna die in that moment. I really thought I was gonna die because all that pressure went from my chest onto my neck, and it was choking the heck out of my neck. And I felt that for what felt like a fucking ages, like a whole day almost. I'm pretty sure it wasn't, but it was like, how in dreams, even if you only slept for like 10 minutes, you could feel like an entire whole year within your dream or whatever, right? But like it almost felt like ages, and eventually, all of a sudden, it just went away. Like it just, like a finger snap, it just went away. And from there, like I woke up, but then there was like nobody around me, and I'm like, what the hell was that I just experienced? And I'd only been, like I realized, I looked at the time and I'd only been asleep for like an hour. So I'm like, okay, no more sleeping in complete darkness even if it's daytime. So yeah. So hello Hakunda Ariel, welcome. But yeah, I haven't really had sleep paralysis nowadays though. I think I almost feel like the reason I had so many back in the days, almost to the point of me saying that it's chronic almost, like it's because, I didn't really have good years. My life was kind of shit for many years, for a very long time, and all that stress was probably getting to me every day when I go to sleep. But nowadays, yes, I get stressed from work and all, but I feel like I'm in a much better and happier place. And it does really affect your mind. And I have not. When's the last time I had it? I think it was. I haven't had one since like late last year. So we're going almost a whole year without sleep paralysis, which is good. My most scary experiences were sleeping in a mansion. What happened? Was that like a scary mansion? Oh. That one story was very long. It's morning for me and I'm still in bed, so I continued napping when I woke up. Second time, still same story. Yes, Rico, it was really long. It had, 5 parts, like chapters, but it was really good. Very well written story. I'm feeling much better. Yes, thank you. I can't excuse it. I feel that too sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I just attract ghosts. Oh, there was another time when I used to live in my parents' house, and I had 2 dogs instead of 1. I had 2 dogs. Like my current dog, my long-haired Chihuahua. Her name is Coco. If you're my Discord, occasionally you'll see pictures of her in the pets channel. She had an older sister, like a half a sister, sharing same father. There was a time both of them were alive, because her older sister is named Nikki. Nikki passed away a few years ago, so she's no longer with me. But when I had both of them, there was a time my parents went on a vacation for like a week. So, I was home and I took care of the dogs and stuff, right? And they would sleep with me on my bed. There was one time I had closed my door and I was still up at night. I had like a night light on and stuff, almost like a lamp, not even like a faint light, but a lamp. And I was watching or reading? I was doing something in bed, like either watching or reading. And both of my dogs were just laying at the foot of the bed, just, sleeping and all that, all comfy. All of a sudden, Nikki lifted her head up and it had that little low grunt of like, woof. I'm like, huh? And then Coco started like lifting her head up, and then looking at the same way where Nikki was looking. They were looking at my door. I had my bedroom door closed, and then they were looking at the door, and then they just literally stared at the door, and they're having this very low growls, like very low growls. I'm like, okay, what is going on? What's out there? What is it? I don't want to go out there. And then all of a sudden, both of them like jumped down from the bed, and I went to the door because it was closed, so they couldn't go out, right? So they would like stand in front of the door and started doing like little barks, like, what is going on? And it was like, what, 1 o'clock at night? I think it was after midnight. And it was like, what, you guys are scaring me, stop. Like, if something's out there, just leave it alone, come back to bed. You're scaring the heck out of me. But yeah, I did not go out. I did not want to go out of that room. Eventually they came back on the bed after I called to them a few more times. But like, they just, like when the dogs are like laying down, like laying low, they would both face towards the door at the end of the bed and then sleep that way. And I'm like, something's out there. I don't fucking know what it is, but it's scaring the fuck out of me. And my dogs are like so alerted, like, what's out? What the hell is out there? Next morning when I woke up, like, I went outside, but then like I thought maybe like, I don't know, like stuff in like, what do you call it? Like my dad had like a water softener stuff, or like a heater or stuff like that, like some structures of the house or maintenance things. Maybe that's what was making the noise. And or maybe something fell, or maybe somebody broke in, but there was nothing. The house was just as it was. There was nothing. My dogs just freaked me out. I also have experienced the supernatural. What happened? What happened? What did you experience? Do share if you'd like. 강아지들끼리 자고 고스톱 친 거야. 나 놀래키려고. Dogs are your best friend when it comes to supernatural. Yes, they truly are. Otherwise, I would be so oblivious if there's something out there. But then again, sometimes people say ignorance is bliss. If I didn't know that something was out there, and if they weren't really bothering me with it, I mean, I'm fine without knowing that it's out there, you know? When that happens, never open your door. Yeah. Shit like that, like I wouldn't open the door at all. Just even for myself, like I would be too shit scared. And if there's something actually out there that could hurt me or my dogs, like I wouldn't want to open the door at all. I don't want them to get hurt. Would you feel better knowing and not knowing there's a ghost in your wall? Oh my god, no. I would not want to know. No, I don't want to know. No. Ignorance is bliss. It's like, I love having animals. I like my pets. But then at the same time, when you experience something like that, when your pets notice something that you don't, like something is there, it scares me so much. Speaking of Coco should be here tomorrow evening for a night over. I would not want to know, but it's bound to show itself anyway. Maybe. Depends on what kind of ghost it is, I guess, or what it wants to do with you. Maybe it just wants to be a little playful, or just existing, or maybe they do want to hurt you. You never know. Hello, Skinless Snake. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Besides creepypasta readings, we do other story readings sometimes, just random stories too, short stories. And I also do, I haven't done it in a while, but I also do like a daily horoscope reading as well. And what else have we not done in a while? Oh, keyboard ASMR. My keyboard is pretty tika-taka. Taka-taka-taka. Let's see. Yeah, I do keyboard ASMR sometimes. With the keyboard ASMR, I actually put on a hand cam so you can see me typing with my hands on the keyboard. I'm still waiting for the ghost that's supposed to be at the end of my bed. If it doesn't... Yeah, next week, I guess, if I don't do triggers again, maybe we can do keyboard ASMR. Like, I think the very last keyboard ASMR I did with the hand cam, but I think I also had like because I was literally typing out short stories on a notepad, and I think I had the screen of the notepad where it's like just readable enough so that you guys can actually read the story that I'm typing. That was pretty fun. People actually did read through the stuff I was typing, listening to the keyboard sound, and yeah. You still have goosebumps. It was a really good story, right? The first two, I feel like they were a bit more sad story. It was kind of creepy, yes, but it felt more sad than the last one. The last one was creepy as hell, very descriptive. What was really sad was the one with the apparently the letter from your stalker, but then it's not really a stalker. I think it was like a wordplay almost, but like the boy, he saved the girl, but the girl could not remember him anymore. last one creepy and I can feel his anger. Hanky. But he still didn't get rid of the other ghost. So what if the armchair ghost comes back? You know what I thought he was going to do when he went back into the house? Like, I thought when you went inside the house, the old house, right? When you first visited back, I thought he was gonna go into his old bedroom and then decide to like sleep there for one night. It was like, this is how I overcome my fears, and I'm going to sleep here. Come at me, ghost. But no, he didn't do that. Instead, it still followed him anyways. Oh my god, I'm not good at writing scary stories. You guys can write it, and I'll read it if you write it. Let's see, it's 4. How long have I been streaming? Let's see. I'm not 100% sleepy or tired just yet. I can do small, little triggers or talking. Part 6. Is there any triggers that you'd like me to do? Let me put up the ASMR menu back up. Yep, there you go. Hi Danny, welcome. Ghosts are weak, they are scared. I want to do fabric, but I don't remember where I put the fabric thing I was using last time. Hi Danny. I said that once and they showed up at my house. Oh my god. What did the ghosts do when they showed up to your place? Did they do anything mean? Thank you for the reading. Kong, 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 Kong. I'm so sorry you got the scars from them though. Come. I'm gonna have Suisho out, but don't turn on the TTS routine. Suisho's just gonna be out here, okay? Goodbye, ghost cat. Is haunted because my mom played with it. Oh my god. Wait, hold up. Station needs to be on the other side. There we go. Hello, my little baby. The worst one I had was being drowned. Oh my god. That is one of my worst fears, being drowned. Like, for death-wise. And Hello, Carm Cooper. Welcome, welcome. Yes, this is my actual like a pet companion for my VTuber model. Her name is Aisha. She is an ice dragon hatchling. She was born on the same day as me, and we share like a bond, like a soul bond. We're linked by soul. I am actually currently in a design concept idea of her adult form as a fully grown ice dragon, and I found an artist, like a monster slash creature artist who specializes in drawing them, or like dragons and stuff, and we started discussing some ideas. I drew like a sketch of how I want some of the features to be and how she wants to be looked, and some references and some details. Sent it over to an artist, and I got a reply back today that they're super excited to work on Seishell, and they were actually very thankful that I gave lots of details, so that it's easier to like draw it out. And then actually gave a couple suggestions. I did let them know I'm very open to any suggestions on what could look better, and those were pretty good ideas. So we're going to incorporate those ideas on the design as well. It might not get done until like later this year, I think, but it'll be beautiful. It'll be so heckin' beautiful. Even if I could not be there when my dad passed, I knew when it happened. It was not a oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I did not have something along those lines, but my sister went through something with the family passing away. Oh, thank you for the follow, Carm Cooper. At least I can see all grown. Ah, thank you. I do have a version where I'm like hugging her in the front as well. I can show you guys here in a bit. Yes, it really is. I did lose my mother's friend, who actually helped us settle here in the States when my mom, my sister, and I, when we moved. She actually passed away from cervical cancer, whatever, I think that's how you call it. But yeah, it was found very late at her last stage. So about a year and a half, my mom was basically a caretaker of her, and she passed away. That was a few years back. Very thankful to her for helping us get started and settled here. But I thought we were going to, be family friends and all, like, for a very long time, but it really saddens me to think about it sometimes. Hi, Skinhead. Welcome. But yeah, so my sister, it's unknown fact in here in my channel, but I am Korean. I was born and raised in Korea during my little childhood phase, and then we moved over here to the States. Since we moved, I have only gone back twice to visit Korea since then, but my sister has gone back more times than I can count, I think, because like me, my in real life things here that I do with doesn't actually give me enough time to really go back and visit, and the cost of the flights and all. But my sister now used to work in like hospitality, like hotel and all that business stuff, so she had gone back to travel a few times, and currently she's living in Korea now. Well, she's living in Korea again, I should say. Since we were born over there. But she said this was like almost, how long ago was it? It was a few years back. One of the times when she went back, it was when sometime shortly after my grandpa passed away. My mother's side grandpa had already passed away a long time ago when I was a kid, but my dad's side grandpa was still, he was still here, but he passed away a few years back. My dad told me about it kind of really late, so I didn't get to take enough time out of my life to be able to fly back to obviously. And when my sister was able to visit back sometime after that, she, I think when she was staying with my grandma, on one of the days, the first day that she came back and was sleeping, at my grandma's place. So instead of sleeping in the bedroom, she slept in the living room, because in Korea it's like it can be really hot during summer. Sometimes sleeping out in the living room on the floor is like really much cooler, and it's a common thing in Korea. We we don't walk around with shoes in our houses and stuff, so houses are usually very well maintained. Sleeping on the floor is not a problem. So she was sleeping on the floor, and she said that she had a dream about Grandpa on that first night, where the dream was that she was seeing herself in the dream in that same living room, in that moment of herself sleeping right there. It's not like any other day she's sitting around the living room in the dream, but no, the dream was that she was sleeping right there in that same moment, and she saw Grandpa in the I think she said he was sitting on one of his the single chair, I forgot what it's called, the reclining chairs, and she tried to talk to Grandpa. He didn't say anything, and he just kept staring at her. And when she tried to get up and try to go over to him, he got up and slowly walked away from her. And she woke up from dream crying, and my grandma came over to talk to her, are you okay, what's wrong? And she told Grandma what happened, and Grandma was they were hugging each other and crying and saying that, oh, Grandpa probably wanted to come and see the granddaughter that he has not seen in so many years. It was a really sad moment when my sister told me about that over the phone, the next day. I don't know if anything like that would happen to me if I, when I visit back again, because I have not visited in so long that my relatives keep asking me, when are you coming out, when are you coming out? And I keep telling them, soon, next year, soon. And that next year is all another next year. It's just really hard. Hopefully someday. But if I go back, I want to visit, the, what do you call them? The graves? I only have one grandparent left now. The same grandma that I was talking about on my dad's side. And also I was heard she's not in the best of health lately either. So next year, if possible, I want to see if I can visit for a bit. We'll have to see. But yeah, my mother's side grandma also passed away some time ago recently as well. So my mom went out to see my grandma right before. They actually, my mom has a lot of sisters. When I saw this video that they took, so everyone else in the whole family, not just our family, but all the relatives and all the family that they could see, my mom got there just in time. Literally just in time. Almost as if my grandma was holding on so that my mom could be there and that she could see her one last time. Because all of my aunties and uncles were there when I saw the video, that one of the aunties were telling grandma in the hospital bed that, saying my mom's name and saying that she's coming, she's on her way, she's almost here, she's coming to see you. And shortly after, my mom walked into the hospital room, and my grandma turned her head to look at her, because up until then she just wouldn't budge. It was she was not dead yet, but she wouldn't budge and move. But when my mom got there, she turned her head to look at my mom one last time, and then said my mom's name, and then that was it, and then she was gone. I remember ever since we moved here, there are times like we would call my grandma from time to time just to see how they're doing and all that, right? My grandma would, every time we were on call talking, when are you coming out? I want to see you. I really miss you a lot. And are you coming this year? Next year? She would always ask me. And I would always tell her, like, Grandma, next year I'll do my best. I'll do my best to come see you next year. And I never got to. So when I go back, I want to visit her grave and tell her that I'm sorry. Okay, I don't know why this turned into a crying sob story. I'm so sorry. I want to see my last grandparent before it's too late, so I'm really hoping I can visit again next year somehow. Also, how do I say your name? Vetester? Vetester? Thank you. No, Vetster? No, how do I say your name? Okay, thank you. Welcome. Oh, Tadpole, welcome. How are you? I'm sorry for bringing the mood down. Let's talk about something fun, nice. I hope I get to soon as well. Thank you guys. I had a dream with my grandpa walking away and I woke up crying, didn't know what it meant. I was crying, he died. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sunny. I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow, Vet. Wanna hear more scary story? Sure. Let's see. Is there anything you want to ask? Any questions? Or you have any triggers for me to do? Do let me know. And then question-wise, as long as it's not too personal, I can answer about me or my model, etc. Oh, boy, yandere. Okay, let's do yandere redeem real quick. My turn to scare you? You want to be scared? You really want to be scared? Is that so? あなたは私のものよ。大好きですからさ。Mine. Okay, so the little guy on the right, her name is Aisha, and she's my ice dragon baby ice dragon hatchling. She is my companion, who was born on the same day as me. We are linked by soul, and currently I'm in the process of her, designing her adult form, cause she's still a baby. And then normal streams, when we play games or just chatting instead of ASMR, I actually do have a TTS. Like you can write a TTS message and she'll talk. So do be sure to check out another streams. I am actually a game streamer. I do ASMR once a week on the side. So yeah, on the game days, there are days that I have her available for TTS. Mm. Thank you. She's very cute. I'm curious about. Oh wait, no. If you wanna change the topic, how did you come up with the ear tattoos? Oh, okay. I'll let you know here in a bit. Happy moments I had is getting boba sad. Oh no, that's actually so sad. I have, when I went to a boba tea place one time, I got my tea, like, the boba tea. I was like, so delicious. Walking out the door, savoring, and then walking to my car. And as I get into the car, like, you can see the front of the store through my front windshield, and I see this lady coming out of the place, also with boba tea. And then she had another boba tea in her hand, like 2 of them. I guess she was getting it for someone too, but I don't know what she did, but she somehow suddenly dropped it as she was coming out of the store. Oh, that boba just spilled. It's like, oh shit. I don't know if they're gonna make you another one. Oh man, it was sad watching as it happened. Also, thank you for the follow. Our leaf, welcome. I'm not usually awake at this hour, but my sleep schedule is very turned around right now. Hopefully I can still catch your streams. Oh, I hope so too. I play at different times for game streams. My ASMR time is just kinda late around this time. Okay, as for the ear design, right? Actually, the ear markings I have on my ears were not my original design. It was from something that I adapted and I kind of worked with it. And then it became actually like a focal thing of my whole design. I wanted something that's not just like just a fox or something, right? I'm a fox girl, by the way. I tell Snow Fox Spirit. But I wanted some like the cheek markings and some sort of design. Like I know some people put like piercings on their, or the ear clasps on their ears or something, and I thought about that too. And I kind of want that now in my next design. But I thought, just like how some people have like markings on their cheeks for being fox, like fox girls or fox people, I thought ear markings would be nice, so I adapted into that. And then initially my design did not have the markings on the cheeks just yet. And then I had a phase where my community was bullying me, making fun of me a lot, saying I'm a cat. And after a while I stated saying that no more. But I talked to my designer, my artist Papa, asking, hey, so what can I do to make myself a little bit less like a cat? And she suggested, like, would you like the markings on your cheeks or something? I'm like, oh yeah, that'd be nice. And I said, yeah, like from Ari, from like League of Legends, like let's have some fox markings on it. So that's how I had the markings on my cheeks and the ear mics. And as we were designing Seishou, we also decided to give her markings on her ears as well, since she's linked very close to me. So I'm biting my... Oh, you like the designs on my ears? Thank you. It's like, I feel like it's not the most common type of like nine-tailed fox, because a lot of like kitsune designs for VTubers that you see, they're all very oriental, right? Very Eastern type. But I wanted to be like more like fantasy-esque, Western fantasy-esque, not tied too close to the Eastern design. I wanted to be a little different. So, but doesn't mean that I don't want to be in like an Eastern thing, you know? So, I do have like an Oriental dress as well. And then one of the designs, like I have a 2.0 design that's going to be made, like getting worked on next year. It's going to be the opposite version of what I am right now, as in like I'm the good one. Like, how do I say? Like there's a lore. Like I have written a bunch of lores for my own model story, and I'm on the good side right now. But as a part of the lore, like that happens in like a parallel universe slash what if. Like there's like a focal point in my lore story where I succeed in doing this one thing or I fail. And this alternate design is if I fail on doing whatever it is that I was doing, which you can read about my lore on Discord. Then I get corrupted. I've become a fallen being. I become corrupted, succumb to the dark side. So my 2.5 model will be like a dark version of me with very, how would I say, lots of like a darkness, void, blood kind of designs. And then what was it? It's going to also have like a Eastern dress outfit that was designed by one of my friends. We're going to adapt that into the model's outfit as well, because it's gonna have right now I have my blue flower. It's called Rosalintal flower. The ice rose is my main flower item, but it's going to be red spider lily for my corrupted design. The flower that's like symbolizing and well known in Eastern culture as like a symbolizing death. Thanks for sharing his avatar shoulder. Oh no, it's actually full body. Would you like to see my full body? Ta-da. Hi Matt, thank you so much for the gift subs. Okay, I have to do ASMR menu here soon then. Oh my god, Kriko, you've been following me for months. The silent lurker. Thank you. You are awake right there. Matt, you sure you didn't fall asleep? Thank you. Let's see. Trying to think of something. How about... Cause this is my actually the different hair and stuff that I'm wearing right now. My main hairstyle is this. Very long. And I have night tails. Ta-da! I'm Ninetale Snow Fox Spirit, and I'm also Queen of Spades. I am part of the VTuber group called Altera Vita. We are loosely based on Alice in Wonderland theme. And wait, what? Hello everyone. Hello, huh? Hi. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for the rage on our TV. Welcome. How was your ASMR session? Was it nice and cozy? Oh, thank you for the affiliate wishes. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the follows, Reese Cobbs and Chihime Draco's VT. Welcome. Okay, well, I guess I might as well do my quick introduction right now, as we were already on that subject. Hello, welcome. Thank you. Nox4, welcome. Vay, oh my god, I'll address each and one of you here in a minute. I'll do a quick introduction for everyone. Welcome, everyone. My name is Aisha Spades. I am Ninetale Snow Fox Spirit, who is also Queen of Spades. I am part of the VTuber group called Altera Vita. We are loosely based on Alice in Wonderland theme, and I'm the Spades part. I am a variety game streamer. I stream just about anything except for FPS games due to motion sickness. No sports games either. I play lots of like RPGs, ARPGs, rhythms, simulators, lots of actions like Monster Hunter. I play a lot of Monster Hunter World. Just about anything, JRPGs, ARPGs. I love Diablo series. Let's see. I do ASMR once a week around this time. Well, actually, a few hours sooner. Midnight Central Time is when I start now. And I do art streams from time to time, and I do karaoke as well. Different kinds of karaoke's. If I do karaoke during daytime, I sing out loud. I sing my heart out. And if I do it on like the evening times or on like the ASMR times, I sing very quietly like a lullaby. So ASMR karaoke. Thank you so much for tuning in and coming into the raid. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for following Kyron Aries 1809. Welcome. I am thinking of getting Baldur's Gate 3 next month. I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Ooh, oh, shoot. And I was actually introducing my model to some of the new viewers that we were talking together here. So I guess I can do a quick showcase here and there. But yes, let's see who else is here. Kyron, is it Legion of Truth? Welcome, welcome. And Vane the Quiet Trucker, welcome as well. When did I debut? I actually had my debut anniversary, like a 1-year anniversary, on, what was it? September 3rd / September 4th was the debut date. And we did a 24-hour stream on 3rd. Oh no, I am introducing myself right now for the new viewers, and then you guys caught me right on time. Thank you. Okay, so we were showing the main, like the design of my model here. This is my main outfit, and I have 9 tails, but I also have single tail version. And I can also put the tail down too. You can't really see it because of the dress, but it's back there. And I also have heart-shaped tails as well. Hearts. Love you. And I have other outfits. Let's see. I do have bunny suit. Ta-da! It is actually, outfit changing is actually a toggle in channel points redeem as well. Thank you so much for the follow, Jonaru. Thank you for the raid, and you have a great rest. Hope to catch your stream next time. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's see. And then, let's see. Oh, I can also take the headband off too, if anything. Put something else on the head. Okay, and then other design or outfit is actually what we were talking about. The reason I was showing was my like an Eastern, like Oriental outfit. Ta-da! Yes, it's usually a routine, but then yes, if you ask nicely, or if the occasion comes up that I want to show off, then you get a free routine. This is my Oriental outfit design with the fluffy things, and I have my dragon horns here as well to symbolize like it's part of my lore. The whole fluff thing that's wrapped around my arm is actually the dragon's fur. So my lore, if anybody's interested, I have like a short story with the lore and everything on my Discord. Thank you so much for the follow, Topato05 and Bloomy Daisy. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follows. So it's a lore video. I don't have an actual lore video yet. It does cost some money to get it made. I can do a lore reading. I wrote a short lore story reading though during my debut. I wrote a story myself, like a prelude, prequel, prologue, whatever you want to call it. Sort of like it describes why I'm going on a quote-unquote a journey, which is streaming. But to quickly give an idea of the whole dragon thing is, in the world of Alter Vita, which is my VTuber group, like a whole world lore that we have together, I reside in the northern area in the Northern Kingdom where it's forever winter. And I am the Queen of Spades. It's a space kingdom named Euphoria. And in the highest mountain called Aurora Mountain is located in my kingdom, and ice dragons. They're the keeper of the throne, caretaker, and also the protector of the mountain as well. Because the highest point of the mountain is where it's like at the highest point of the world, where it's the closest to the gate to the astral sea. So every time I am reborn, I also reincarnate, by the way. Every time I am reborn in the mountain, they take care of me and raise me so that I could be a good ruler. And the horns that you see are the ice dragon's horns, and I learned a transformation magic from the ice dragons so that I can kind of turn myself into like a dragon stuff, but right now I haven't mastered it completely, so all I can manifest are the horns. And the arm fluff right now is actually a fluff, like a fur that was given to me by one of the ice dragons that passed away. I did not take it from against their will. It was given to me. It was gifted because someone joked about it last time. But yeah, Suisho's adult form will actually show the neck, like the fur thing on the adult form of the ice dragons. So, Seisho right here is my little ice dragon hatchling companion. She actually can talk through TTS. Right now, I don't have it on, but on my gaming streams, sometimes I have TTS on with Seisho out, and then she'll talk your messages. Thank you for the follow, Cypherlog777, welcome. But yes, Seisho is a little hatchling. She is currently in her baby form. She was born on the same day as me on my current reincarnation, and she is very closely linked to me by soul. I'm currently in a process of designing her adult form with the monster/creature artist. So hopefully we can get the design and the reference sheet done for her by the end of this year, we're thinking. So, we can do a small lore reading if you'd like to listen. Let me just bring it up real quick. It's a short story. Oh, the mouth popping? Okay, let's do ASMR triggers a little bit before I start reading. Okay, I'm just pulling the story here on the side real quick. Alright, let's see. Hello, welcome. Oh, I do have other hairs too. I was wearing this hair earlier, and then we can also do a hair mix on this as well, like this. Let's see. Yes. Will do. Wait, did Bossy give something too? Wait, what happened? Did I miss something? I know Matt gifted 2 gift subs. Oh! Gotcha. I'm like, Alright, let's do the redeems now. Let's see. Matt gave 2 gift subs, so we have Chews and Kisses and Sniffer. Chew? Chew? In case anybody's wondering what chew is, it's like a sound of little tiny mini kisses. Chew. I'm gonna get rid of my horns. I do have expressions on my face as well. I'll show that off later. Chew. I give you a little kiss. Chew. Thank you, Matt. Matt, did you take a shower today? Did you? The dog. What the dog doing? Okay, and then the trigger routine for Passy that didn't get redeemed last time. There you go. My lips are kind of dry. Same, I can't wait for 3D either. Soon. I need my tax return. Okay, and then we have the story. Okay. Another story time. This time it's my story. Ow, I'm sorry. I accidentally hit the microphone. Whoopsies. Okay. Dream sequence. I am alone in the field of snow, piled up to the height of the calf of my legs. There's nothing nearby, and soft snow is slightly falling. I stare at what seems like an endless field of snow, and the sky is almost the same color as the snowfield, just a tad bit more gray. I thought to myself, where am I? I looked around in confusion, and all I felt was the coldness of my surroundings. How long has it been? Suddenly, I noticed a movement nearby in the blanket of snow on the ground. While I stood still to survey the nothingness of this white field, something popped out of the snow and rushed to my face. It's Seashell. She flew up to hug me. Actually, this is a good time to have Seashell out. Seashell. Here's my Seashell. Oh, thank you for the follows. Tempest and Overwhelmed Legion, welcome. Also, hello, Wolf Shrine. He's my little baby dragon. She'll do a TTS during game streams. Alright, continuing. Seisho, what were you doing in there? Come here. I grabbed her off my face and held close my chest. After picking up Seashell, I started walking through the field without a destination in mind. Walking for what seems like hours, I noticed something in the distance. The field started having less snow as I kept walking, and I could see the ground appearing here and there where snow had melted. There were red roses and thorn bushes all around as I walked closer to what looked like the ruins of a castle. Upon reaching the castle ruins, I went inside and walked through the hallways and corridors as if I had been there before. As I passed by the ballroom, main balcony, throne room, etc., I had blurry visions of what felt like old memories jolting through my consciousness. There was someone who once lived in this castle. They had a blurry silhouette of someone who looked like they were talking to me, but they were not as visible compared to the background, and the face was roughly scratched out as if it was done on paper. All I could discern was that it's a person and with clothing colors of red. Occasionally, there was a person in monochrome nearby the red person, and someone in green as well. When I got to what looked like a bedroom chamber, I slowly opened the door and saw the scene of what looked like a ravaging tornado had passed by. Many objects around the room were torn or destroyed. My heart started increasing its beating as I got closer to the bed with tattered curtains. I stood at the foot of the bed and felt my heart pounding 5 times faster than normal. I pulled back the curtain with shaking hands as my entire body shivered. There's a silhouette of a person laying across the bed. It's the same red person I was seeing earlier in fleeting memories. Their lifeless body is laid on the pool of blood with an empty void in their chest. I tried to scream out their name in panic of witnessing this tragedy. Somehow, I felt in my heart that I knew who this was, and I wanted to say their name, but something was preventing me from doing so. It's the feeling of knowing, but also unknowing. I could not exactly say who it was, because some unknown force was stopping me from doing so, no matter how hard I tried. I cried out in voiceless screams with tears rolling down my eyes as I held onto the red person, hovering my hand over the empty space of void in their chest, attempting to heal their emptiness with my cosmic magic. My hand glowed in bright light of blue and pink with swirling sparkles as I casted the magic, but it didn't seem to be working. Susha was flying around me restlessly in frustration that she couldn't do anything to help. After realizing what I was doing was not working, I wiped my tears and got up from the bed. I laid down the red person straight on the bed with their hands folded on top of the empty void on the chest. I got back on the bed and stood over the red person's body and knelt down with my legs on each outer side of their legs. With my upper body straight up, I started incantating a long spell. Room's temperature started to drop and slowly froze around the room. A cold breeze started blowing with fleeting light snow falling down like little sparkles. I closed my eyes and held my hands out in a cupping gesture above the empty void of the red person's body. Colorful prismatic light started to gather within my hands and it slowly spread over to the rest of my body as I continued to cast the long spell. once my entire body was enveloped in the light from casting this taboo, a pillar of light started to form around us. As I opened my eyes and prepared to recite the last line of the spell, a voice called out to me. "Are you sure that is what you want to do?" I flinched from the voice, stopped my incantation, and looked around left and right to find the source. Initially, I thought I couldn't find anything. But as I was about to turn my gaze back to my hands, I noticed a single eye looking at me from the empty void in the red person's chest. It was a beautiful red-colored eye with a pitch-black vertical slit in the middle, radiating in golden glow. Something about this eye was extremely alluring, and I couldn't resist listening to its voice as it spoke again. "You know you are risking your own life with the spell you're casting. Who are you? You do not need to be alarmed by who I am, but be more concerned with what you're doing." Susho was on high alert from this voice and started tugging at my hair to move away. "This is all I have left to try. I must save... Wait. Who am I trying to save? What is their name again? Why can't I remember who this is? Why does my heart ache so much?" As I was confused by the actions I was doing, the alluring voice spoke to me as if they were sympathizing with what was happening. "Look closely at them, darling. I'm sure you could remember." I stared back at the red person laid under me. Nothing has changed. They're still very blurred out, and faces scratched out as if it was roughly scribbled out in paper writing. I can't tell who they are. I can't see them clearly. They are covered in something from my view. But I have a strong urge to cast this spell, even if I may lose my life. If it means that there's a chance to save them. The alluring voice scoffed. "Now, that's silly thinking. There is another way that ends in both of you alive. You do not need to sacrifice yourself." "What do you mean?" "If you want to know more, cover this void with your right hand. You only have one chance, and you must take it now. No exceptions." With my mind utterly confused and distraught at the situation, I struggled to think clearly. You sure about this?" I asked as I slowly moved my shaking right hand towards the empty void. "Of course, dear. This is the only way." As my hand started to close over the void and the beautiful red eye was closing behind it, the alluring voice spoke maniacally with Susho crying and trying to push me out of the way, but my body did not budge and continued what seemed like a doomed fate. Yes, finally, that's it. Another puzzle piece to unlock the door to this world is within my grasp. You are mine, and we will now conquer I woke up from the dream in a cry, drenched in sweat. Suisho is woken up with a squeal from the sudden event. Same dream again. The dragon maiden in waiting bursted open the door and rushed to me in a hurry. Your Highness, are you alright? Yes, it was just another bad dream. I was not feeling alright, but I didn't want to worry her, so I tried to brush it off. She seemed to know the truth regardless. Are you still having those dreams? Perhaps. They've been coming back more frequently lately. It's always the same dream, and also ends the same way. What did the High Elder say about this? He said they could be memories of either my future or past, or a mixture of both. Something that has not happened yet, but a premonition of what's to come, or revisiting the memories from my previous lives. He's not certain what this dream is trying to show. Pull up a little bit more. The dragon maiden looked at me with worried eyes as she brushed away my strands of hair on the front, soaked in sweat, as Seisho lightly licked my right hand in a caring gesture. I think we should get you cleaned. I'll prepare you a hot bath and rose-lentil tea to help you get back to rest. Thank you, Felicia. I think it's time that I finally tell the High Court my decision tomorrow. Felicia stopped her way out the door and looked back. I could see her eyes shaking. You're really going to do it? Yeah, it's time. I can feel something tugging at me to do this ever since I started having this dream months ago. If you think it must be done, then as I've told you before, I will support you in every decision you make, but also give you a counsel to object if I must. My personal feelings go against what you plan to do, but I also know that there are higher powers in play, and we cannot cross them. We are bound by the powers of fate and must follow its course. And you, being one so close to these celestial powers, if you feel in your heart that this is your fate, then we will respect and follow your decision. Her words weighed heavy in my heart, as I cared for her as much as she cared for me. But it must be done. Thank you. Let's start getting ready for the journey ahead. I will make the announcement in the morning. Yes, Your Highness. After a hot bath that felt like it could melt away all the worries I have in my heart, I drank the aromatic rose-lentil tea that Felicia brewed for me and slipped back into bed. Next morning at the daily audience with the High Court, I decided to announce my decision to go on a journey to find the source of my recurring dream. Some elders in the court had shown their concerns about the absence of the crown and my wish to journey alone with only Seisho as my companion. But the others convinced them enough that this was not a new thing for me, as there had been records of my past lives having these types of dreams or they were premonitions of something to come. What all of them didn't agree on is my wish to go on the journey alone. They wanted to send Felicia with me at least, but I insisted that I want to do this alone and without anyone I've known for all of my current life to be there, as I will get too comfortable and may want to rely on them more than necessary. I want to learn about this world on my own and in my own experience. I want this to be my trial to become the monarch I want to be. After realizing that I wasn't going to yield on my plan, the High Court accepted and started preparations for the absence of the crown. The High Elder of the Glacialis Animarum will be steward of the crown until my return. After a couple days of packing for the journey, I've set out to venture into the world outside of my kingdom in the north. I will find the meaning of this dream. I will find the source of this dream. I will find out who these people are that makes my heart ache as if it's being torn apart. I want to see, feel, and experience all kinds of different things that the world has to offer. Now, I said I didn't want anyone to accompany me from my kingdom, but you are clearly not of this world. Will you come with me on my journey? And that's it. That's the end of my prologue for the lore. Hope you enjoyed. The last part is like basically kind of like breaking the fourth wall type of thing. Meaning I'm talking to the viewers, like you guys. Come with me on my journey, my streaming journey. Thank you. If you have any questions about the lore, do let me know. I can answer them. Also, thank you so much. I saw some follows here while I was reading. DJ Creeper 675, Fish with Polio, Ghost Soyo, no Ghoul Soyo. Sorry about that. Parky 411 and Shiri R6. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follows. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Also, I saw the compliment. Thank you, cool. Be sure to check out the live streams on my Twitch channel. Follow me on Twitter and join the Discord server for updates on stream schedules and any other events, and to casually chat and hang out with me from time to time. See you next time!